right, we're live.
Woo!
Welcome everyone to the next episode of Pendragon. We're into a wonderful start for our episode in the county of Salisbury. We're gonna see one of our knights marry a Saxon. So let's see how that goes.
I come back home, I find my mother crippled. I would prefer to spend more time at home in the future, but in the meantime, I have brought someone twice my size.
Mother crippled? What?
Yes, I rolled in the winter thing 1 winter ago. I rolled a misfortune, and a family member was crippled but is alive.
Oh, that's
He
right.
hasn't been
And
home yet.
Yeah.
Your mother also doesn't live with you, right?
Oh yes, that's right. Yes. So something happened to Megan.
Yeah.
Different Megan.
Oh, I see.
Not our player Megan. Character Megan. Okay. So Winterbourne and Stoke will be hosting the event, yes?
It will
Yes.
indeed. Yes.
So this is gonna take place maybe a night beforehand. Just to make sure things are good in your lands given previous troubles. I'd like to do something with Edrich, where he's out on a bit of a ride, maybe just to get through the challenges of running into what he's encountered. I realize I totally skipped everything, so let me just take a bit. I'm off my game today, so let me just take a step back. This is Pendragon 5.2 edition. It's a role-playing game. I assume you probably know that if you're visiting Dungeons & Dragons. If you're new to it, there's a ton of them. Dungeons & Dragons is the most popular one. Pendragon is not anywhere near the most popular one, but is based on Arthuriana, which is classically well known. We're in a very early stage of Arthuriana, which most people don't write about, which is the Age of Uther. I think most of the stuff is comes from a couple specific sources.
King and beyond. Yeah.
I think Gregory of Mammoth, or what is? Did I got that right? I don't know.
Wow.
I probably butchered it. There's like 1 or 2 books that dealt with this in more detail, and I think a lot of it's a source. But anyways, let's go ahead and rip down the list. I'm Bob the DM. Thomas, you're up.
Hello, I am Thomas. I also forgot to introduce myself, but I will be playing Sir Edrich of House Winterbourne Stoke, who, he's not having a great time, and this is one bright spot in his life, and let's hope it stays that way. In any case, that is me. I'm very excited to be getting married.
Awesome. Let's go to Mark.
Hi, I am Mark, and today I shall be playing Lord Florence of Idmiston and Baron of the Axe. And I'm looking forward to celebrating a friend's wedding, and hopefully nothing bad happens, like every other wedding we've been to.
Why would there be anything bad that happened? I don't know.
It's not like your friend group and emotional support pals are falling apart massively as well. It's not like that's a thing. Anyway, hi everybody. I'm Liam. I play Sir Perin of Durnford and occasionally Sir Virgil of Durnford. I'm really excited to give Edrich my wedding gift. I hope he likes me again at some point. He's
Awesome.
my best friend and he hates me.
It's okay.
Then we have our common guest, Zack, back at the table.
Hello, yes, I am back, and I'm playing Sir Jarren of Newton Manor, and he is also attending a wedding of his friend, and is not there to make any waves whatsoever. There will be no waves happening. Yes.
Do it.
Interesting battle roll you've rolled here, Sir Jarren.
Don't look under the screen. There's nothing happening. There's no waves. Normal wedding.
There's no man behind the curtain.
Yeah, indeed. All right, so back to what we were talking about with Edrich and the night before the wedding. Everything is prepared. Actually, let's see how prepared it is. I think we need a stewardship
God.
roll here, good sir. Just don't botch.
Oh,
You got
God.
help. You got help. So as long as you don't botch,
Alright,
there's no additional things wrong.
I'm not going to activate a passion because I don't want to go insane before there are actual stakes. So I'm just gonna roll my stewardship. My stewardship is an 8. I
Give
would
her.
prefer not to watch.
So your wife-to-be's happiness isn't stakes, huh? Oh, I see how it is.
If
I
I go
understand.
insane in the forest right now, I'll come back in a little bit.
Time to get
Okay.
hitched.
Okay, that's fair. I would like to. I would like to activate a passion, my love of my family.
Okay.
I didn't mean to actually talk you into that. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Success.
All right. There you go. Would that have been a
Edrich
crit if you
is-
didn't passion?
It would not have, no. Had I
Oh.
activated a different passion that would have given me a +5, it would have crit, however.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. What were you saying? Sorry. Go ahead.
Edrich is having a whale of a time, and by a whale of a time, I mean it's giant and cumbersome. He only has a couple of servants, but he is working with them to make sure that everything is going to be just fine. He took the books from Cynstenian this winter and glared at him, but things are being built. New money is coming in to the manor, especially now that Edrich has gotten a lot of ransom money and a lot of money from generally being a knight. Buildings are being built and have finished being built, and things are going fine for now. Fine for now.
For now.
Fine for now. Fine for now.
All right. You can keep that passion active. When you're riding at night, would you ride with any assistants aside from your squire? And did we ever roll your guys' updated squires?
We might have. Isn't my new squire No, my new squire is Derwin of Silchester. He's very energetic and quite loyal to his lord, and he's not great at singing. But that
Did
was
you
his
guys put
notable
those?
skill.
Did you guys put those in your sheet by chance?
Yeah,
Yep.
that.
We'll deal with that
I've got.
in the
Hey, well,
winter phase.
the-
We'll throw it into Discord so it's there because I think we.
Oh, fun.
But I think beyond his squire, probably not. I think mostly he's concerned with keeping the homestead safe. There are other patrols and other people to look after it, but let's be real. The House of Winterbourne Stoke does not have much manpower to go around.
So solo ride it is.
With the squire, but yes.
The squire, yeah. Give me an awareness check with the passion.
Absolutely. Awareness is something that Edrich is good at.
I just want to make a note that Megan just got criticaled by Nightbot again. So
Indeed.
Too many symbols.
Too many symbols. That is a success.
you see a figure. You swear you see like a single silhouette of a person standing out by Stonehenge as you ride by. Like the moonlight just kind of casts in a certain way where you see it.
Oh, be ready, things are afoot. He says in like a low voice. And he digs in with his heels, turning the horse, and rides closer. Not at a full sprint, but at a fast trot. If there is something unexpected, Edrich is on alert. And he says, "Ho there."
I'm gonna give you a recognize roll like -10, I think.
Alright, that's recognized straight. Success!
Look at that. Okay.
And I get to tick that.
It's not so much that you've met him, though you've probably mustered with him before. But you see an old man someone who kind of, his reputation stands out greater than, I don't know why I just posted two of the exact same kind of.
Oh, his battle form.
Right? It's trying to make him older, because he's old now. He was old before, but spent 10 years. So, yeah.
So, Chief Saxon Killer and Hater has arrived near my doorstep. But nonetheless, Edrich is aware that this man is a duke and this man is a good fighter. So he brings the horse to a halt and says, Duke Eldol, if you will pardon the question, why are you here alone?
You must be Edrich.
I must be. Yes, I am.
You know, it's right about here that they killed your grandfather.
I am aware. The Night of the Long Knives is burnt into the memory of all Kimrick.
It is. He was my second squire. Your grandfather. We were good friends. I would have been at your birth, likely. But your father did not take offense to Vortigern's actions in follow-up. A pity. A loyalist.
Our family has a habit of being quite loyal, even to a detriment, but I do not see that as a fault. I confess I did not know that he squired under you. I never knew the man.
It was a very long time ago.
That it was.
I wish there was like an intelligence equivalent. Let's do, what would this be? Something to do with being a knight, for sure. What the hell? Let's make it courtesy, sure. Or intrigue, I guess. Courtesy or intrigue, I'll take either.
Courtesy or intrigue?
Yeah.
Oh, Bob, you know what I like.
It's okay.
Critical.
Okay. If he squired for your grandfather, that would make him... Or, sorry, if your grandfather squired for him, that would make him at least 90 or older in age.
Jesus.
Fuck. Yo.
Especially second squire, which means another 4 or 5
90?
years.
Yeah,
shit.
indeed.
Vampire.
Yeah, Edrich does the math in his head and just kind of looks at this man who... The age is apparent on his face, but he stands quite tall. And Edrich says, Your Grace, I do not mean to be rude, but why are you here in the night on my path?
The ages are changing, Sir Edrich. Whether we like it or not. I don't agree with your choices, but it is the king's will that I move forward. If he has given you his blessing, then I've come to bury the last hatchet I have with your family and your father's choices.
And for that, you have my thanks, and the thanks of all my house. If you do not wish to attend the wedding, that is perfectly understandable. I realize many have issues with the choices I have made, but it gladdens me to know that there is not bad blood.
I was old enough to see the barrack Saxons and their loyalty. They stood beside me and they died beside me at the Night of Long Knives. I'm not such a fool. I've not lived so long to think that someone can't come past their own upbringing. But it's not easy. And you have a long road ahead of you.
I know. And to this, Edrich looks down. You'll be able to see in the moonlight that the knightly posture, standing ready, standing alert, standing ready to fight, sags ever so slightly. But it passes quickly, as Edrich says. You're right in that the times are changing. We live in turbulent times as we speak. And I thank you. I thank you for your understanding, and it took some time for me to come to terms with my true feelings. And I did not even see the Night of Long Knives. I merely felt the absence caused in my life, in my country.
Do you know why I've lived so long, Edrich?
Honestly, Edrich has absolutely no idea. 95 is ancient. So Edrich says, I cannot say.
When I turned 50, my family started to make plans, started to fight amongst each other for who would inherit my titles. I live just to spite them.
Edrich lets out a barking laughter. Now that's something I can understand.
Well, I won't keep you. And I'll see you tomorrow.
Nor are you. It'll be my honor to have you there.
All right. And why don't we skip ahead? Because I do... Is there anything you wanted to... Sorry.
Oh, no, not really. I think, as Edrich and Dio ride away, Edrich's going to double the patrol. Something's up. Just to Dio, and it's probably fine, but really no chances.
And just for reference, what's what's the expected life expectancy of this time and age?
Like somewhere between 45 and 60 probably would be like more like...
Yeah. Gorlois was considered a geezer, and he was like 55 or something.
Yeah. There's no answer to that question where Edrich could not honestly say, frankly, I'm not sure. You must have made some kind of deal with powers beyond this world.
I was expecting you just to go, sorcery.
He's one of those... say that to a duke.
Spite is a lot like sorcery.
He's jacked old men, too, where it's like, he works out every single day of his entire life, so it was just like... You know, he's weirdly ripped. Weirdly
ripped. Look, every now and again he practices with a broken off piece of table leg that he just swings just in case.
You got him, man.
Even as he is, he can whip a man half his age.
To be clear, this is the sole survivor of the Night of Long Knives via the use of a table leg.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I announced the nervousness of Edrich as he was like, oh, this guy, the one survivor of the killing and the murders that the Saxons perpetrated, is waiting for me, and in Stonehenge, alone.
All right, let's cut over. So, I know we've kind of had the moments with the ceremony. I think one of the things I wanted to give Thomas, first off, I wanted to make sure you kind of had an opportunity to know what it was like setting this up. So you had a lot of friends and various people either directly protest or protest by not coming, for canceling out for some unknown reason, like
Definitely fine.
yeah. We will see.
If they will not support me in this time, then I will break them.
I want you to roll 2 things for me. I want to see if Goretrix is here. I want you to test Love Family versus Hate Saxons.
Oh, absolutely.
On Goretrix's suit.
Goretrix's Love Family is a 19. So 15. Goretrix's Hate Saxon is a 13. He fumbles Hate Saxons. He is more than willing to accept this giant Saxon warrior into his household.
Have you seen her size? She's huge.
She
can't be all
almost
bad.
as large as me. I can't overstate this.
The fumble on Hate Saxons means it drops by 1 too, interestingly enough.
Oh yes.
He's becoming less racist.
Yeah.
He's being
He's
exposed.
becoming less
He's
racist.
tolerant.
I knew Goretrix could do it. Yeah,
I didn't
his Hate
expect
Saxon
that.
is now 12.
I also thought
Nobody
he had a higher
expected
one. Yeah.
No.
It was
Goretrix was always.
Edward.
Oh, I remember
Yeah.
Edward's
Not
was
Edward, sorry.
high, but
Edward was the
Yeah.
lunatic. Yeah.
I just thought Goretrix was like a 15 or a 16 kind of thing. Yeah.
Goretrix is too dumb to be racist.
Okay. But the actual I guess the actual ceremony itself, like, is there anything anything specific you would have wanted out of the actual ceremony? We tend to spend
There are
our time in the
2
feast,
things.
let's be honest, but
Yes. There are 2 things. One, Edric's definitely going to talk with his priest and also Oslaf herself to what Oslaf wants out of the marriage. And there is another thing. On the day of the actual ceremony, when it actually happens, as the priest is saying the words, Edric will slightly interrupt and say, "I can handle this. Should anyone object to this marriage, speak now, or hold your peace, and I will deal with it later." Good. And then he'll get back to things.
You dummy. You were supposed to say forever hold your peace. Now you're going to have people lining up after this.
Where is the line over here?
I have already dueled 3 people. I'm going to duel more. The more I fight, the more glory I get, and the more people know I can enact credible threats of violence.
47
if
people
Jarren
line
has
up.
to-
I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Jarren, do you have to test
Small
prudent or
town.
reckless to see if you take that tart?
Yeah, actually, I probably should. Not that he's going to jump out and say something, but whether he's going to
Yeah.
draw attention
Go nuts.
just by almost raising his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh boy.
Oh, that's reckless. Oh, that's not
Oh
a word.
boy. so while some people may not be meeting Edric's gaze or anything, there's one man who is, and it looks like he fidgeted, his arm barely fidgeted, as he's standing or sitting or however the ceremony's going. But he respects the ceremony itself. He's not going to whip out a sword and charge the altar or anything.
Jarren is one of the very few people in England who is a better swordsman than Sir Edric, so it makes a lot of sense that Edric's death glare just kind of
Right? All right.
But Edric does meet your gaze, and he does nod in understanding. He's not upset.
All right. So, what's the name of your priest, Thomas? Just so we have that.
I wrote it down somewhere, but I can't quite find it. It's not on my sheet.
Did you prepare
bear
this
with-
to be an abridged ceremony so that no one can interrupt in the middle of it too? Is this like, do you
Oh,
done?
no.
No?
No, it's all the fixings. His name is Brockvale of
Brockvale.
Chicksgrove.
Yeah. I don't think we ever gave him a sheet, but we'll have to at some point. Well, everyone who has...
All I know about him is he keeps hitting on Nurse Joyvale. It's really makes me uncomfortable. Thank you,
Exactly.
Thomas.
He has a bunch of rocks, and he thinks they can speak. And I don't know how the priestly caste work.
That's fair. Okay, so let's. So the ceremony itself, I think, is gonna go off like without a hitch. Like you've give me an energetic test. It was the other one I was gonna reward you for this. You've been running off your ass. Let's see how tired you are.
Absolutely. I'm not going to impassion this, but my energetic is on a base of 16. Please, by God, don't fumble. That is a success.
I thought Liam was saying something, but he just got attacked by his cat when I was on mute.
You are correct. Yes.
Okay, so tick energetic.
Hell yes.
You're just running off of adrenaline at this point. You haven't slept like properly in days, like, and this
Excitement, adrenaline, and duty. Yes.
And you had to keep in mind you had to go right from the trial. It was like a month ago to this, right? Like to prep for this.
Yeah, straight up.
Yeah.
While he was in house arrest, he was organizing this through like a letter he had sent to Cynstenian.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yes, Edrich is tired but happy. I think some of that tiredness is taking a little bit of the edge off. But he's just ready to enjoy himself. He's smiling a little bit more when he's not glowering. He's just looking over in Oslaf's direction. He is a man in love 16.
All right, I was gonna ask where you're at. Yeah, because that moves then from Amor to love now, right? Officially, because you are married. The ceremony goes off really well. There's definitely a look of sincerity. You know what? It'd be really entertaining. I know we already have people who make their decision on it, but it'd be fun to see, like, does anyone test intrigue to get a sense of like how sincere this seems to be between them? Or trusting versus suspicious. Like, I think it'd be fun to get a sense of that. If there's people still, specifically player knights, like still not sold on it, it would be an interesting opportunity, I guess.
Virgil is certain that Edrich loves Oslaf. He does not know Oslaf very well, so I would love to make an intrigue test for that, if that's doable.
And is this Virgil not Perin today?
Oh, yes, sorry. No, I meant Perin. I just said the wrong thing. We were talking about Virgil in the chat.
Yeah.
That's a success.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it seems
been...
it seems quite sincere. So
good,
all right.
good for you, Oslaf. Good. I will also kill anybody who threatens this marriage.
Without further ado, let's dive into the feast itself.
All right.
Roger that. What is being served in the House of Winterbourne, Stoke?
You can ask for a reroll.
Honestly, these seems okay. We got meat tiles.
Meat tile.
We got porpoise
We love that
and peas.
one.
It's a fan favorite. And we got almond
Love
cake
those meat
served
tiles.
on roundels, which looks like a nice little dessert dinner thing. It looks okay.
Meat tile.
We've looked up meat tiles before. It's
Meat
kind of
tile.
okay.
It's basically
a little bit like a charcuterie board.
It's basically a charcuterie board, but because charcuterie is a French word, we call them meat tiles.
We call them meat tiles.
Very-
That's like calling a baguette like a breadstick.
A bread
No,
stick.
That's
That
because
is
we're
so much
British.
better.
We're British. aren't we?
British.
We probably don't season it either.
All right, so we're gonna kick into usual feast things. You should be kind of able to see around. We have Dallin and Gortrix, I think, in the first place, maybe for the first time since everything. No, there's been once maybe since
Yeah, for a while.
but it's the first time that we have Jarren here as well. So, let's see, who else is there? Oh, the Bishop Roger is here as well, as is Father Dewey.
Father Dewey,
Hey.
Father Dewey.
The
Father
waterman.
Dewey, Father Dewey. Oh,
Are there-
Father Dewey?
Are there any like Saxony people other than the bride?
There is one,
Oh, sorry.
but you probably don't count
Well,
him.
he's all right.
Yeah.
No, he
Hey.
isn't one of those Saxons.
There are
He's-
there are
He's one of the good
zero
ones.
non-barrack Saxons here. Zero. Yeah.
made sure that. I
Well,
mean,
sorry, there is one non-barrack Saxon here. One. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all flat.
One.
Edrich was
Won't
like,
be
is
for
there
long."
anyone? Yeah, is there anyone that isn't an active enemy of the state who you would like to invite?
And then the Duke's here. I'm just gonna copy him in.
Yeah. I imagine that the Duke is the highest ranking person here, yes?
Yes, correct.
He will have a place of honor.
All right. So here's a tough question for you. Would you give him a place of honor over your Earl?
No.
Okay.
We've been down this road. We can't do that. He
So-
gets upset.
He gets the next best seat.
Next best seat.
Okay.
Look, like he is my lord, and like it was very nice of him to come. The Duke appeared in the middle of the night during my patrol, to let me know that he's coming. Arrangements had to be made.
Right.
Also, another key thing: he is not your lord. He is just a duke.
Mm-hmm.
Well, just a Duke.
but he for some reason he has a table leg on his belt. What is he?
Yeah.
What does he have?
Read
at
it.
it?
Like
Oh,
he is the Casey
I
Jones of
must
this
have-
setting. Yeah.
yeah. Who's this guy? Who's this guy here in my house?
Oh.
Sir Loof, a
I
long-time
had no idea
standing
that guy is.
Knight of Salisbury. Really good
Yeah, weird.
reputation.
A gracious
great
and
guy.
honorable salute.
He's a cool dude. So I hear.
I've heard one thing about Sir Loof from a dame named Aronwy, and honestly, I wouldn't know him by sight. We're good.
Yep. And then there's one other thing of note. There is a lady on Uncle Bledig's arm. And I have her token, but I forgot to throw it in here, so I will.
Must be nice to have an uncle.
Right? You've never felt that more than this last year while you've been trying to run things remotely while you're away, and of course, right now with the stewardship and stuff of the wedding, would have been nice to have an uncle to do that for.
Extra
I mean-
extra head.
Just wait till my wedding present. I give you my uncle.
He's yours now. Take him, please.
He's now your uncle.
My lord.
You're too. I'm not quite sure how this in-law business works, but I think it works, right? You're married.
so-
I'm married.
Okay, let's
Excited for this episode of Lords and
Basically,
Ladies.
brothers.
Yeah.
let's get Perin Jarren in Florence to give us some appearance tests for where you end up seated.
Perin, Jarren, and Virgil.
I know, right?
Florence.
Success.
Prettier than this. Critical!
Oh,
I'm sitting
that
there,
was-
boy!
Sit between the bride and the groom.
Edrich-
Just
Edrich looks over and is like, oh, fuck, I forgot to tell them not to put him up here. Son of a bitch.
I'd written that letter 2 days before the trial. Damn it.
Indeed.
All right. But no one is below the salt or on the floor. So,
Can you imagine if Edric's friends, even if he is like on the outs with a couple of them at the moment, can you imagine just how upset he'd have to be to go, no, you eat with the dogs and the squires, and I don't know what's worse.
all right. Let us start, of course. Thomas, you are technically, I just wanted to place you over there for a while, but you're technically, obviously, first in this role. Yeah.
Edrich sitting near the salt at his own wedding, and Perin's above him.
Oh, that would be hilarious.
Really weird seating.
Okay.
Yeah.
A really weird seating. I would like to, if I may, I would like to, I would like to compose a poem in honor of my lady wife's awesomeness.
Okay. You're gonna compose it this turn and then orate it later, or is this idea you composed it already?
Compose it this turn or rate it the next. I think he was like, I knew there was something I forgot. And while sitting, he's kind of like going, what rhymes with rubies? No, can't use that. But yes, I think compose this round, orate the next, and leaving open a turn to intrigue any problems.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, let me first. I'm just gonna roll compose straight because I don't want to risk madness. That is a success on compose. Essentially, what this looks like is Edrich is chewing on some porpoise and peas, and every now and again he steals a look at Oslaf and looks away and commits it to memory. If this were older England, he'd be lying on the floor with a sack on his head and a stone on his stomach so he could remember things better. But as it is, he's just thinking of it and thinking of just the words to say, and then he will speak his heart.
Indeed. Okay. Well, successful compose. We've come a long way, friends, since we tried to do this before.
Yeah.
A success without GDLity, even. Wow.
Indeed.
Okay, we're
well,
gonna go.
Edric's very good at composing poems. He rarely finds an opportunity. The world isn't that magical.
It's true. Sir Perin's action for round 1.
Sir Perin would like to intrigue some problems.
Okay.
Yes.
Specifically, so here's specifically what he would like to do. He would like to use his intrigue talking to squires and people below the salt and things like that, and very delicately spread a rumor around the room that both Sir Jarren and Sir Edrich have been independently challenging people that have been speaking ill of the Union to duels to the death.
Okay.
With the intention of intimidating anybody from talking shit at Edrich.
Very good.
What betrayal? What betrayal?
Now, meanwhile, the difference between Perin and Edrich in this, Edric's like, well, I'm the one who has to duel them, so I'm happy to. But nipping that in the bud, very nice. And well appreciated.
Tick,
I don't want you to have to deal with that shit, man.
Tick intrigue, good sir.
Intrigue. I would love to tick intrigue, Bob, but as
deceit.
always. And tick which one?
Deceit.
Deceitful?
Yeah.
Both of those are already ticked. It's been a rough year for
You know
Perin.
what? I keep thinking that we're at the beginning of the year because it's like, a wedding or whatever.
It's been a long one. Yeah.
It's funny because Also, on the last episode, I forgot to shift just so everyone actually, you guys all know, but I did forget to tell. I did forget to tell Zack that we switched to 492, so you might actually have some extra ticks that you couldn't put in your sheet, Zack. We'll have to see if we found anything there. Any criticals, at least, from last time. But anyways, awesome. So that goes over well. Seems that the rumor is spreading.
I do have a quick thing, though.
Yeah.
I believe Perin and I would have 3 geniality with a successful roll.
That's right, yep. Good call.
Fuck yeah.
All right.
We're becoming extra genial. What with our surreptitious love poetry and our intimidating the witnesses.
the Baroness, Mark, thought it would be... I guess this would have been a conversation between you and the Baroness. So she helped orchestrate this for you, but she also remained visually detached from it, despite helping to make it happen. She makes a suggestion that perhaps she not attend for, quote, relations with Silchester.
Right. Florence agrees to this. Under the condition that she help him out with his next plans to do with Silchester.
She would ask if it involves burning anything down.
No.
She'll agree to that then. Okay.
Alright.
Alright. So that then puts you in the driver's seat.
Alright.
It's her.
Florence is here and he is untethered tonight, so let's see what goes down. I'm gonna draw some cards.
It's been a while.
Yeah, she's not here to see her husband make a fool of himself. Alright, ladies.
Of course,
favor.
the ladies' favor right away.
Immediately.
However, I did draw a host card, so it's sated
I'm
by.
the host.
This could we've established like when the host is. It could be if you've got something, Thomas. You can absolutely do that. But in the absence of that, it would be the Earl. So even though he's not the host, he's like the guest of honor. That's kind of how we. But do you have something specific, Thomas, that you?
I do have one thing. A problem that has been plaguing Edrich for about a month and a bit now.
With another knight or lord? Very well then.
With another knight indeed.
Florence is attempting to be the life of the party and, seeing that people enjoy themselves. And I imagine he would make his way over, around, and probably Edrich would approach him. Probably more likely than he approached Edrich.
So.
All right.
Edrich is making the rounds. You would note for once he is not swooping, because he's supposed to be here. He doesn't have to. He doesn't have to appear behind someone. And Edrich will go. Lord Florence, it is good to see you here, and well, I hope.
Oh yes. Well, I must say congratulations, Edrich. This is a fine wedding.
Quite so. Not compared to yours, but then not every day a baroness gets married.
That is true enough.
Yes. I think in terms of organization, a lot of sleepless nights, and I still haven't. The sleepless night is me. But things have worked out fine. Florence, I had been meaning to speak with you, to all of the Knights of the Sword, truly, but you're good with people.
I've heard that, yes.
And I have been told by numerous people that you have a golden tongue, and I have told them they don't know what that means, but I wanted to speak with you. It is catching on, like a plague or a rash. I wanted to speak with you regarding, well, it is with another knight. It is regarding Sir Perin. I imagine you know of which I speak. I have not been quiet about how I was hurt.
Yes, I was expecting this conversation to happen at some point. In truth, I have spoken to Perin on a similar topic, let's say. He speaks before perhaps he has truly thought through what he has said.
It is a fault that many share. It happens with being too clever by half, I have been told. But I wanted to talk, not regarding him and I, but rather him and you. When he gave voice to that lie that we saw, Uther, that day, and he lowers his voice because, it's incriminating.
Yeah.
he did so with the understanding that we would go along with it because we loved him as a brother, as a comrade in arms, and as a friend. Does that not hurt you in the same way that it hurts me? To go against, well, what we've known to be right, and, well, to be used like that.
Well, the truth is, I nearly didn't go along with it. I had half a mind to turn him into, well, a constable. But I didn't. Why, I cannot truly say. It just felt right in the moment. But yes.
It is because we care for him, and he knew that.
Indeed. But I did feel cheated. I did feel wronged by his actions, pulling us into something we had no business being pulled into. And then he leans in and goes, also with like a really not
really
good
weird
lie.
Yes, really strange. Like, you could just have also easily said that we saw nothing.
I knew
but...
why he did it, and it made more sense when he explained it later. But...
Yes. But throughout this, you have been a peacemaker of sorts, getting us together, cheering us up, insofar as cheer can happen. Am I being unfair in how I feel that I have not forgiven as you have, or is it just a difference in our natures?
I feel it is a greater difference in ideals. I do my best to seek forgiveness in everyone, whether they be enemy, whether they be friend, whether they be ally. That's just how I am. But I don't expect you to forgive him, and I doubt he expects the same. Forgiveness is earned, after all. He must earn it from you. The truth is, my dear friend, he either will or he will not. He will either see the benefits of returning the friendship that was made, or he will attempt to break away and do something very, very stupid. And to be honest, either is possible.
It's regicide. It's regicide. But we will see what happens.
There is...
Don't say those words at a party, man! Whoa!
No, it's fine. It's fine.
As he has said himself, there is a difference between thought and action. I believe you have said the very similar words. However,
So.
I don't think he understands the true consequences of such an action. The chaos that can be caused by fighting against the grain, as it were. There is benefit to conformity.
Fighting your grain? Where? No, sorry.
Your grain! I think with this, he is going to roll his intrigue.
Yeah, roll your intrigue.
As that is Florence's core philosophy. Don't fight against the water, you'll only get hurt. Don't try and swim upstream. And he will roll his loyalty sword of victory. Because he really believes in this and wants his friend to believe it. Success. So I add 5.
Yes.
Success.
Very good.
Stuff. And I'll give you a tick on loyalty sort of victory for that one.
Alright. You get, first of all, 5 geniality this round. Holy mama. But Edrich will say, thank you, my friend. You've given me a lot to think about, and you've spoken truly.
I am always here for advice, my dear friend. But this is your wedding. You should enjoy it.
I'm buying myself time. I need to think of another stanza. I'll be back.
Why don't you try rhyming ruby with... Oh, maybe that doesn't suit you. Anyway.
Exactly.
All right.
But yes, thank you very much.
Oh, I just threw that all on Sir Perin for some reason, an accident.
Hell yeah! I'm swimming in it.
He's stealing my geniality.
You bastard.
He's got a geniality vacuum cleaner. It like makes everyone else's hair look bad.
I'll take
and
that.
his look amazing.
'Tis the way of things.
We'll jump to Jarren next for the end of round 1.
Yeah, I'm gonna draw a few cards for round 1. Just quick question though, because he is Jarren.
Mhm.
What is Oslaf? What is she doing? Is she like making the rounds as well as one does at a wedding, or is she off on her own?
There were a couple of points. We'll say at the beginning here, because it's like the beginning of it. Probably Lady Ellen is talking to her right now. But she looks really awkward. Like she towers over most people, and then you can tell she's not super comfortable in the wedding garb. The traditional Kimbrick garb that she's intended to wear for the wedding. And then on top of that, she just... No one's like going out of their way to talk to her like you'd expect someone at a bride. Like people are here for Edrich, not for her. It's very clear, right? But they're not being they're not being like obnoxiously spiteful. It's sort of more like Lady Ellen is kind of the only one that has approached her thus far and talked to her. So
If they were being obnoxiously spiteful, there would be words, and then they would no longer be in the wedding.
well, some friend made sure that there wasn't a duel here. So
Hell yeah.
Well,
so
all right. I guess that's okay. All right. Let's see. We got romance. Some guests converse about love. They want to know how you would win the heart of a lady. That sounds exactly like Sir Jarren. People skills. Several landed knights talk of lands and serfs, then ask you your opinion. He is a great people person. Everybody knows him for his people skills.
Yeah.
And manners. You unexpectedly pass wind while the host or an important guest is speaking.
Poor Thomas pulled that card right in the middle of when he could only pull one card, so he had to take it and then failed.
I had to take it, and it was hilarious because it was like a talk between Edrich, who was like trying to be coy against an intrigue master. It was like, perhaps we shall see how this goes, and good luck with your plots.
I love it. That was such a fun episode. But let's what is Jarren gonna do though? That's the real question.
Oh boy, what would he prefer? I get to keep the romance card if I want, right? If there's a test card involving a lady.
If there's a critical success, I believe.
Yeah. So I think it's right under the critical success.
Okay.
Yeah. If there was a gap, then you keep it anyway. I think.
Yeah, no, that's right.
I think.
Yep.
That's a tough one. Jeez. Let's go with people skills.
Okay.
That sounds, because Jarren would run away from the romance conversation, and manners, he's too busy. He's too busy with plans for manners.
I think it would make a lot of sense. These three right here, and we'll throw like, I don't know why I put Leo down here. It's probably like these Bar, Leo, Lycus, and Kenrick are probably all mingling. So 3 of these are knights like slightly older than Jarren, but probably are not far off Jarren's like age class of knight. Like
Wouldn't they be younger? Didn't Kenrick and Leo come up with
Kenrick
us?
came up younger, but Leo, Bar, and Lycus
Kenrick
are
did.
older.
I think Leo was a little
Yeah.
bit older.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
Leo,
was.
Lycus, and Bar were like your seniors at the time, so they're like they're more like Jarren's age or Jarren plus, and then Kenrick is the same age as Edrich and them.
He's a little baby, and I say that as we approach 30 rapidly.
Yeah, yeah, it happens real fast.
In real life too.
It does. Yeah.
All right, I suppose let me make a roll. Is it folklore? That is a roll.
This is probably Lycus. You know, they're having their debate over it, and Lycus is like, Sir Jarren, you're a renowned knight of this realm. Alas, what are your thoughts regarding knights and serfs? You can tell they're clearly like having an argument over it, or a debate rather, would be the better way to put it.
And so Jarren sort of walked into the conversation. He raises an eyebrow and he says, "Well, knights are warriors, and usually serfs are tending to the land and its people."
They all just nod and they look at each other, and there's like silence. That's a great place. That's a great place to end it, I think.
He gets one geniality from picking the thing.
Yes, indeed. All right. That brings us to the end of round 1.
Actually, so Jarren should have 2 geniality.
Yeah. One from picking it, one from being near the salt.
Yeah.
Roger that. Okay, so that brings us to the end of the first round.
We're getting ready for the meat tile, baby.
Right?
Oh yeah, I've been waiting for that goddamn meat tile all day. Let me tell you, I would rather die than lose access to the meat tile.
At like a opportune moment, Edrich, you turn around and you see Father Dewey present. Like, just standing there, kind of waiting for you for the moment.
Father Dewey, it is good to see you. You've been standing there for about 2 minutes. How may I help you?
So, Edrich, I'm very happy to see that you've found the right person. I think that love is more important than most Christians realize. I think it can be found in many different ways. I can't help but notice your cousin Sir Gortrix. Well, he's a landed knight, a prominent one. Yet he remains pagan. I thought maybe that the two of us could start to brainstorm about how to discuss a conversion, a proper one.
Indeed. Well, first I would like to say thank you for your words on love. It does mean a great deal, and no one is happier to have found it than I. I had placed a great deal of importance on it, to the point that, well, it was looked upon oddly. Oh, and additionally, I never did quite thank you for your aid on the Baroness's word during the time of the trial. As for my cousin, he is a peculiar man. we may discuss such matters, but it is unlikely to bear fruit. I have had words with him, and he has had words with me which indicate that he does not quite know the details of the pagan faith. But despite that, he is quite devout.
I see. Unfortunate, but not everyone is ready. Perhaps there will come a time.
Indeed so. One can only hope it is before the day of his death.
I hope then perhaps we could begin to discuss a little bit about the abbey nearby. You see, I've noticed an uptick in their sales, their wine that they produce.
Yes, you are known by many people as the Waterman. Are you for or against the production of alcohol in the abbeys?
Oh, I'm afraid I'm terribly against it. You see, I find that such... He pauses to think of the word. Indulgence leads to terrible outcomes. Lowering one's ability to restrain oneself as they would. It's troublesome.
One's inhibitions are the only thing keeping men from being beasts, I do agree. But indulgence of any kind can become a poison. It's just a matter of how it's used. I would like to apologize for the existence of, for the serving of alcohol here.
Well, weddings, it must happen from time to time. Still, I doubt that the majority of the Abbey's production is likely to be used exclusively at weddings. And that is where I draw problem. But don't let me bore you any further with this conversation. Perhaps there is another time where we could maybe discuss it. Your influence, being the proximity you are to the Abbey, may assist in the Christian task of ensuring that they are on board.
Perhaps so. It is definitely an interesting proposition, and I will give thought to it. Thank you, Father Dewey, and thank you for coming. As he leaves, Edrich says,
he says,
wants me to get murdered.
He says,
sorry,
and one more thought, perhaps?
Of course.
If not your cousin, Gortrix, I assume you have prepared to, bring your lovely bride out of her Wotanic devil worship and into something where they don't slaughter entire...
Yes, men, women, and...
Indeed.
Trust me. Arrangements have been made.
Good to hear. And with that, he says, excuse my interruptions, and please enjoy the rest of your time.
And to you as well, Father. As he walks away, Edrich says to himself, the man wants me to get murdered by priests.
All right, we'll jump to round 2. It's back to your round, Edrich.
Yes. Edrich has written a poem, and this time, by God, he's going to say it. He is going to recite it, and, to Oslaf. I would like to activate a passion.
Yeah, give her.
Perhaps this will be the last time I roll a more Oslaf, because soon it will be love. And I don't want to go insane.
Fair.
Oh, I just almost made a
yes.
terrible mistake.
What you do?
We'll get there. We'll get there on my turn. I had a plan, and I just thought about it for another second, and I was like, "Oh no, that's an awful idea." Please continue.
All right. So for the orate roll, Do I get any bonuses for the success on the compose?
Yeah, +5.
Hell yes. Alright, so let's do this. Leroy! Oh god.
So
that
close.
was so close. That is a success on Orate.
Did that count your geniality?
Hell, it does, yes.
No, did you roll your geniality into that already?
Yes, I did.
Okay, just making sure. Because otherwise it would have been a, 20 out 21, right?
Indeed, yes.
Okay.
I wish I didn't add it,
Okay.
but no, I did. I had 3.
Okay, sounds good. It goes well. Do you have something to recite in character? Or... It's okay.
Unfortunately, no. I wrote something out during last game, but it was on a Word document that I didn't save, and I blame only myself. Chris has written out something interesting in the chat, but I don't think it's very Edrich. Oh, my new wife,
is it
my life. I like that, like an old cozy hat. Let's fight some guys, then enjoy the almond pies. That's not what he says, but it's very nice.
I added to it too. I said, I am but a tiny rabbit, maddened obsessed with my giant WF, twice my size. And then he did another verse, or another stanza too. So just saying, there's material to work with there.
You are my large love. You fit me like a glove. Carry me across the threshold here in my stronghold. Let's try to wrap this up quick, as I feel I'm coming in a dastardly trick. Yes, Edrich does. He is paranoid. But he does not say that. I will probably post something in Tales of the Knights of the Realm at some point.
Nice.
As it is,
Sounds
there
good.
is a great deal of emotion put into it about how much meeting Oslaf has changed Edric's perspective, and how safe he feels in her love. Compares her to a castle, and also the words crush our enemies are there more than once.
And you didn't fumble, so it's the lyrics to Sir Mix-a-Lot, so you're good.
Yeah, exactly. Stop. Collaborate and listen. And he does like big butts. He cannot lie. The other brothers will not dare deny him.
He's only got one
Face
anyway.
the sword.
He only has one brother, so.
Yeah.
So you have what was that then? 2 geniality then, or 3? 3, right?
3, because I'm above the Sultan. That was a success.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm sorry. You'll have your poem soon.
All right. So 6 geniality.
But yes. He says this aloud in full view of man and God, and to Oslaf specifically. There is no one else in the room but her, but he also does it so that if anyone looks weird about it, he can remember their face.
All right, noted. Looks weird. I'm not sure you can study every face in here, but that's fair. If they make it outright.
It's more yeah, exactly.
She turned
if they make an
Oslaf to
outright...
have her back. Why I never. And then...
Yeah. As soon as someone goes, harumph, Edrich just takes a goblet, throws it on the ground, shatters it, and goes, all right, bitch.
Parents go next for round 2.
Yeah.
So here was my awful plan that I hadn't considered was awful until moments ago. I was gonna bring Lady Bronwyn up to meet Oslaf and spend some time with the two of them. Last time Oslaf met a Saxon, she murdered him. So I think actually that's a bad idea to bring my very vengeful wife to go and meet a Saxon after they destroyed her home and etc. So I think I'm just gonna go.
Extremely good at dagger wife, and my extremely good at axe wife won't get along like a big house on fire.
If it wasn't for that vengeful trait, I would be so down, Thomas. But I need to test the waters on that one before I put that into action. So instead, I would like to have Dallin do a courtesy on Oslaf and make sure she is feeling as comfortable as possible, and he also wants to make an offer to her as well.
Okay. Let's start with that.
All right, let's
your
get
wife
that courtesy.
is on the other side of the place. You gotta kind of walk over to her. I think this might be a scenario where she volunteered, like, "Oh no, well, you know." I can assist with something or other that basically gives you a seat at the table. You're like in the wedding, she's not, that kind of thing. So
I see.
I'll be your
well,
date.
I better.
It's just
I better not fumble.
keep my
I
distance.
better not fumble. Yeah, I better not fumble this courtesy check then. Yeah, here we go. Ha! That's
there.
critical courtesy.
Oh, yes.
Damn.
Critical courtesy.
Oh, I am
That is
killing it tonight.
18. No, wait, hold on. What is your courtesy? Is it 15?
My courtesy typically is 15. Yes.
Good. That's 15 glory to you.
And then, did you also mark my appearance crit earlier too?
I
Would have been a
didn't.
16.
You're right. Yes.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. So, Perin kind of makes his way over, and I imagine, as you mentioned, Lady Ellen's kind of the only one who's taken time to visit Oslaf, really. So
far, and then Oslaf. I think this round Oslaf's kind of after the extra attention from Edrich, which didn't go poorly. Like she's definitely, well, she's probably a little bashful, honestly, with that kind of attention hourly. But it still goes over well, except for after. Then she's kind of back on an island by herself, if that makes sense. So
perfect. I think Perin will choose that as his moment. Then he'll come up and he'll go, Lady Oslaf.
Sir Perin, yes.
Yes, I'm happy to hear that you remember. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting before, outside of the time that we were charging at each other.
We haven't, though I did, well, I was in Pomponia's company at Terrible.
I see. Well, that's good. At least you didn't have to sit too far away. I know Lady Bronwyn was somewhat... It doesn't matter. How are you getting on? I don't imagine this is surroundings that's entirely comfortable to you. No need to play at courtesy with me, Lady Oslaf. Speak as frankly as you wish.
Edrich thinks that it's only a matter of time until I'm welcome. I don't know if that's true.
No, Edrich. Perin kind of bites his lip and he goes, I'm inclined to agree with you. This land, these people, they hold their grudges, and there are some deep and perpetual wounds that are being caused on both sides. But the two of you found each other, and you found each other despite every odd set against you. You've got your supporters, and you've got your protectors. And though you, yourself, Lady Oslaf, are in no need of protection, the union that you two share, the bond, that will be protected. It'll never be at risk for as long as I breathe. You have my word at that.
What is Perrin's intention outside of being courteous? Win over kind of thing? Like
he's mostly trying to make sure she feels as comfortable as possible. Because like she said, I imagine Edric's been giving her a lot of they'll come around, and I imagine most of the other ladies have probably been they're trying to treat her like she's not a Saxon anymore.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
I think Perrin's trying to make her feel a little bit more comfortable in that. And he's got one more thing he's going to lead into this in a second, but mostly just try to make her feel as comfortable as possible.
Yeah, I think she would take some relief from that and say thank you, Sir Perin.
A great deal of us are committed to the paths that we're on. And you've got your foot in two worlds, a lot of people are going to be telling you that you need to leave one behind entirely. You didn't hear it from me, but appearances are very different from the real deal.
How so?
Well, and he kind of puts his hand out and shows the wooden hand, and he goes, "Not everything is as it's expected. Sometimes there's strength in looking one way and being another. Besides, it's always the best of both worlds to be taken. I imagine you don't know how to ride a horse."
I'm learning, she says. Doesn't sound very convincing. Yeah.
It can be somewhat challenging, but it is an advantage that it'll help. The image, the strength that it grants, it'll help. If you'd like, Florence is a rather excellent teacher. If you'd like, him and I can spend some time making sure that you have more than just the basics.
I would like that. If well, no, I would like that.
Good. Do your best to enjoy the evening. I promise it'll pass quickly. And he smiles and kind of makes his way away.
Awesome. Okay. And that is... So you got a crit, so we'll give you one extra for this round. So you get your 2, you get your 1 normal, but with the crit you get an extra. There you go.
Hell yeah, I am stacked.
All right.
I was going to offer to teach her how to ride a horse, and then I looked at it and I'm like, oh, I've got a 10 horsemanship. Florence! Florence!
If you ever need a lesson, I have a friend who can teach it.
Exactly.
And I couldn't just send Florence. I couldn't send Florence to. I had to invite myself as well because I don't know what Florence is going to do with a pretty Saxon lady. I can't let him flirt with his friend's wife. Not allowed.
Breaking news! A local baron back broken.
Okay, let's we're gonna continue on down to the near the salt. Yeah.
All right then. Well, as Florence is coming around the party, he's also gonna get some into trouble. So I'm gonna draw some more feast cards.
Yeah, let's see.
Hell yes.
Got a test of strength. Lead the dance.
Dance.
And more food. Honestly, I'm gonna pick lead the dance.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes much more sense. You got in the background Goratrix going, "Ha! Won again!"
Yeah. Lead the dance. A lady is picked to lead the next formal dance, and she chooses you to join her.
Interesting. I'm trying to think. We've established. Hasn't Lady Ellen chosen Florence before to dance, or am I off on that?
I don't remember.
Oh, you might be muted, Liam.
Yeah.
Oh, I was. I believe so. It sounds right to me.
That might have
think
been
so.
Baroness Pomponia as well. I think Florence just gets around in all senses of the word.
I remember it was. I think it was before Florence was married, and it was Lady Ellen basically being like, "You better get fucking married."
Mm-hmm. No, but I think you've established yourself with Roderick recently, right?
That is true.
So,
yeah.
I think it would be Lady Ellen. who is this is like her first outing since the birth of her son Robert. Sir Robert, heir to the county of Salisbury.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Not Sir Robert, he's a baby. Baby Robert.
Baby Robert.
They didn't make another baby and
When
died
that
again, did
yeah, I
they?
was about to say, can you imagine Jarren? His whole plan would change. We
Fuming.
All right. What do you got to roll here?
Roll dancing. Here we go. So it would be a dancing +5 for geniality. And you know what? Florence is interested in impressing the Lord and Lady that are his Earl and Earless. I don't know what the
Alessa?
Alessa. I think it might literally be the Earl and the Countess. But neither way, he is intent on impressing them and showing that he is not only good at being a knight, but good at being a lord.
All right.
With all the fancy stuff that is required. Loyalty, lord. Success.
Ready for lords and ladies. Lords and ladies.
Alright, so it's a total of +10 to this roll.
All right.
Let's see if I can get a crit. Yes!
How many
Yeah.
backflips
You got a
do you
natty
do?
20 too. On top of that, you got a 32 roll.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Glorious.
Or wait, not 30. Or am I wrong on that? This is
22.
roll equals-
22.
Oh, it was a 12. I'm wrong, but still, it was great. Yeah.
Everyone is impressed. Critical success. For a moment, I was like, and I don't get to tick dancing? And then I remembered, I get to tick because it's a crit.
Mm.
Oh, and I would get 12 geniality. Not geniality, glory.
Awesome. Make a note of that, and then you get the +2 geniality for the crit, and the 1,
And another one on top. So 4 in total.
You are just getting a flood of geniality. It is,
Oh,
it is
yeah.
good eating.
Especially for someone who's not above the salt.
To be honest, I can only get this much because I'm not above the salt.
Yeah.
Oh.
12 you said?
Yes. Is there any scene you want to do with this? Any conversation between Lady Ellen and Florence?
I don't think so. I think there's just let's see. I don't know if I want to go down that route. We'll say
Okay.
1d100. So we're gonna do this verse 90 or less, good to go. Okay, no.
Yeah. Alright.
I was like, is this Ellen showing a bit of fondness for Florence? But I don't think so. So
Alright.
instead, I think it's just Ellen, or at least not in that way, like not in a look of amour or something. I think it's more just knowing that Florence is like a baron and young and trying to prove himself and has been a competent dancer so far. So she chooses you. I mean, it's only fitting, right?
Yeah.
This would probably be actually normally like left to Edrich and such to lead, but I think it's like more to just get this off the ground, right? And then it will go to the bride and groom.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is what it is. All right.
All right. Very nice.
We'll roll over to Jarren as the dancing begins.
Yeah, he is far away from the dancing. Quick question: when do we give gifts during the wedding? Is it at the end?
Yeah, we'll do like round 3 kind of thing for that.
Okay.
Last round of the ceremony, typically.
Yeah.
Or not
Alright.
ceremony, sorry, the feast.
We'll do some do some cards. Actually, question: to approach Duke Eldol, is that like?
Hey, he's only above the salt. Like he's not he's at a special position, but he's like accessible, I guess, especially for you at this feast right now. It's a smaller feast and stuff.
Okay. Then Jarren wants to approach him to have a conversation, particularly about Saxons.
Makes sense.
Because I guess he would know that this man has fought Saxons. It's like one of his things.
Oh yeah. The only survivor of the Night of Long Knives, where many people, including probably Jarren's grandfather, died. So.
Yeah. So Sir Jarren will approach the Duke and give a firm nod and says, Duke Eldol, if you have a moment of your time from the festivities, and he looks pointedly towards the dancing with a not disgusted look, but a like
a look that says I don't do this, I don't partake.
Yeah, this is not my wheelhouse kind of thing.
Yeah. Of course, Sir Knight. What is your name?
I am Sir Jarren of Newton Manor.
I've heard of you. You fancy the sword, if I recall.
Yes, Knight of the Blade. A few other titles, but I believe you have more, which is many titles, actually.
The thing they don't tell most young knights is if you live long enough, you collect more titles. They also don't tell young knights that sometimes these titles aren't good ones.
I suppose, but we try our best to avoid the more negative ones.
This is true.
One that isn't so negative, in my opinion, is Slayer of Saxon Invaders. I've heard you've fought a few Saxons in your day.
I did. More so at a different time. It was during the time of Vortigern, where I became most prominent in those tales. But in truth, holding land out west, I fought just as many Irish invaders.
I see. I was at a battle or two with the Irish, but my main focus these days have been the Saxons to the east, and how they've been taking land from Logris slowly. But I'm not sure what to do now. Times have become more complicated than I would like. And he gives a glance over to a particular bride at this wedding.
You're a friend of him, then?
I am. Sir Edrich is a good friend of mine and a fellow Knight of the Blade. But I admit I can't agree with his choice of wife. I support him. But... And he kind of lets it drift off for a second as he takes another glance.
I understand.
I'm not...
And I imagine that is not an unpopular thought or theory. I must admit, even myself, I feel suspicious This is a cousin to Iosa. A relative to Hengist. All the death we saw at the Night of Long Knives traces back through their line. And even so, I had a chance encounter with Edrich last night. In truth, I've lived a long time. I'm not sure how much longer I will live. I wonder if there is a plot or a ploy at hand, though I am assured by others that there's not. If only I had a way to be so certain.
What perfect words to say to Jarren at this point in time, as his face lights up with interest in this topic. He nods. I agree. I wonder too why this is even happening. Why would someone taking another one prisoner during war times turn into love and marriage? I am going to make sure that Sir Edrich is not being fooled or deceived. I've taken a few precautions. I'm not sure if they'll pan out, but I'm confident. I am looking into this because what we don't need is for Saxons to be invading lands and killing people just as they are infiltrating noble houses and manors and lands to cripple it from the inside.
Tell me, Sir Jarren, do you know how we lost the great Aurelius?
I believe I heard he was injured on a battlefield and died to wounds later.
What they did not share to many is that one of the surgeons turned out to be a Saxon spy. They are more crafty than most give them credit.
He nods. He's already leaned in conspiratorially because this has got his rapt attention. I never knew, but it only makes sense. How else could you take down the greatest of our kind if not by deception?
Indeed so. Salisbury has been unfortunately tied to two treacheries of our kind. Nay, not the people, but the host of it. First at the Night of Long Knives, and then at the Battle of Salisbury. Let's make sure that there's not a third.
Jarren gives a grim nod. We shall make sure then. If you have need of me on anything regarding this, I am always available. Newton Manor is always available.
I must return to Glevum when this is through. But you may send a servant if you need my aid. If it is a funding barrier, I could see it through. Even still, do you consider your friend an honorable man? Is he like his grandfather or his father?
I'm assuming his father would be the more honorable of the.
Yeah,
or-
I'm not sure you would know,
No.
like, because Jarren.
I don't know if
really
Jarren
play,
would know.
Yeah, Jarren doesn't really play like politics, right? So,
Right. Should I
yeah.
test something to see?
Yeah, maybe battle. There's not a history,
Okay.
right, in this? Is there?
No, he doesn't know.
Yeah.
He raises an eyebrow and says, "I did not personally know his father or grandfather, but I do know Sir Edrich is honorable himself."
His grandfather died at the Night of Long Nights, like many of ours. His father continued to serve Vortigern even after the betrayal. I don't think his father to be corrupt, simply a line tower, as it were.
Well, if even a line tower can destabilize the strength of Logris and our people,
Quite so.
good to be wary of them as well.
Indeed.
But I won't take any more of your time, Duke Eldol, and I thank you for the conversation.
You do a noble deed here, Sir Jarren. I hope you are successful in getting to the cause of things. And let us hope for our friend. This is not a farce.
We will hope indeed. And Sir Jarren will leave, even more determined on his path.
It's gonna be good.
Yeah, I think funny enough too, I think Harold was actually quite successful, if I remember correctly. It's just more that he was a lion tower and quite successful. So I think he had
exactly.
might have had
It's
the highest
worse.
score.
It's worse of both worlds.
Yeah. All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. We'll give you, despite what would that even have been? Give me an intrigue roll, Jarren, just for hilarious.
Was it? Was it? It's just like a hate Saxon fest, I think.
Yeah. You can impassion yourself with hate Saxon. That's fine.
Yeah, in the Winterbourne Stokes, there are two types of people. There's the intriguey, sneaky kind, and there are the himbo loyal to a fault kinds who inexplicably succeed way more.
Intrigue. Oh, plus geniality then?
Yeah, plus, technically it should be +2, but...
2? Yeah, 2. I'll just do 2.
Hey, look at that. All right.
Oh.
That's 40 G. That will turn into 40 glory. Sir Jarren's actually like a competent feast knight now. What's going on?
He just walks around talking about how he hates people and it works out.
Who hate all things are possible.
All right. Now, Thomas, I'm going to get you to do the favor here. Let me just pull up the right page. Please roll me a d20.
Oh, lovely. Am I hoping for high or low?
I don't know. We'll see.
Let's see. Neither. 10.
Okay.
That is somewhere between great and awful for you.
Mediocre.
Okay. Roll a d20 again.
16.
It's 26 Saxons that show up to kill us all.
Good.
Only 26.
Only 26.
Then it will be an even fight.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. I'm just gonna take 1 minute, and then we're gonna conclude with the final round of this feast, and we'll make sure it's a little faster here in the final round. All right, sound good,
Gift
guys?
time. Gift time.
I'll be right back. See you soon.
I want to give those gifts so
Yeah,
bad.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, I What is a roundel?
We are back.
I imagine
We're
it's
back.
a type of plate.
Mm-hmm. Roundel? I remember looking that up, but I forget now. Damn it.
I looked it up then, and it is a sort of plate, like Mark said.
Oh, there we go.
I imagine it a round, kind of plate.
Roundish even. Okay, there is as we go into the final round and gifts are being served. Edrich, why don't you test suspicious for me?
Absolutely. Let's save the good passions. Honestly, Edrich is happier than he's been in a good long while, and it shows.
Okay.
He's not interrogating people as they come up to him. He's not glaring at anyone who doesn't deserve it. He's having a nice time.
Okay. Awesome. So, at this point, let's see here. I'm gonna give, like, I guess Perin would be the only other person that would have concern about this, probably.
Yeah. What?
A poison? No.
From the previous thing. Give me an intrigue roll, Perin. This is like off the round books, real quick.
Oh, I love intrigue rolls. Do I get my geniality?
Sure.
Okay. Let's see. What I'm at. I'm at 9? No, 7.
7, yeah.
Yeah. Did I?
Yeah.
Did I get it?
Yeah. You see, it looks
Oh,
like
that's a natural 19 too.
Yeah,
it
it's a
looks
natural.
it looks like a knight. They seem to be hovering like closer. You've kind of watched them slowly go from like below the salt to through the dance, kind of weave towards. They're getting closer and closer to Edrich and Oslav. You don't recognize them, and they don't really have any. They don't have any like formal. Well, they don't have any heraldry on them.
Okay. Where's Jarren? Where's Goratrix? Where's either of those two people?
Jarren's just finished talking to Duke Ildal, so he's towards the front. Florence is just finishing leading the dance. As we start to...
Okay. All right. Perin's gonna go intercept course right now. Let's do this. Let's see what happens.
Okay, we'll start. So, we'll play that off. What we'll do is we'll do Perin's gift at the end of the round, but that's like you're almost like giving up your spot, like to go deal with that. Like
yeah, that's fine with me. It's worthwhile.
Okay. Well, so we'll get to you in proper due. For the effectiveness of that, we're just gonna move you to the last to go, right?
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Edrich, you are up.
In my round, well, I'm the wedding boy. What I will do is, I will stand and say, friends, countrymen, it means a great deal to me that you have come. I realize we have gone through troubling times, both personally and as a kingdom. And it means a great deal that you would be here with me and my wife on this auspicious day. Whatever you give to me, I will receive with an open heart and open arms. And I will say this to you. I can think of no one else that I would rather protect in a realm filled with good-hearted men and women. No one I would rather fight alongside, and no one I would rather break bread with. So please, help yourself to the almond cakes.
All right.
I see you roll that one.
Yeah. Okay.
Of course, nothing's gonna go wrong.
Do you want orate for that? What's your goal there?
Honestly, I don't think there's
Courtesy,
anything.
hospitality. I'll give you a hospitality tick. You want a hospitality tick?
Yeah, I'll take a hospitality tick. I figured there's not really much I can do as an action. I felt suspicious, and it is the time that I'm receiving gifts, so I can't like go behind someone and go, "You, what are you doing here? What's going on?" I'll take the
I
hospitality
got you
tick. That
covered.
was
Roll.
delightful.
I think you should roll hospitality though, but you can add your geniality to it, and then you can't. You're not impassioning, so you don't. Or sorry, you're not impassioning hospitality, so it's not going to draw you into madness or melancholy if you fail. Right.
Sounds good. Okay.
This is a test to see if you succeed.
Ooh.
There you go. Okay.
Very nice.
So you can tick
I
hospitality.
succeed. I do indeed. Thank you kindly.
3, right? Then.
Yes, please.
All right.
Further geniality.
Now we go to Florence, and I'm gonna send a secrety message at the same time.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
The walls whisper of conspiracy.
All right then. Well, Florence would come forth towards Edrich and his lady wife, holding what looks to be. Well, he would have a servant holding what looks to be two items wrapped in cloth. As he stepped forward and go, "Dear Edrich, oh my most loyal and gracious friend, to you I offer greatest gifts I can truly comprehend. A gift of faith. More than such, one that extends to both you and your lady wife. A memory of your union under God and under this very kingdom." With that, the cloths are unwrapped to reveal 2 silver crucifixes. One that Edrich would recognize.
Indeed so. This gift of faith looks familiar, and it warms my heart to see it again. I accept it, and the same spirit that I gave it in the first place. And I thank you. From the bottom of my heart.
Of course, my friend. I also offer to pay for your dear lady wife's baptism. Should that be the process you wish to follow, is it of course my honor to do so. To welcome her into the great faith of Christianity.
Thank you very much, Lord Florence. We'll talk.
With that, Florence does a gracious bow to his friend. And then after a moment where the mask falls off and he does a very genuine smile, he comes over and places a hand on Edric's shoulder and goes, "I truly do wish you luck. You'll need the faith."
I always do. Thank you, my friend. And his smile, it is small, and it is soft, and it is very genuine. There's no teeth. There's no teeth in his smile.
Yeah. And then with that, Florence again returns to his regal self as he returns back to his seat.
Hell yes. If you
Have
could,
the lucky cross.
if you could paste the silver crucifix, in chat, I can put it back in my equipment list.
Sure thing. You also get another one valued the same, but it's not lucky.
Very nice.
In case you need to sell it.
Awesome.
Oslaf goes, I don't need that. That's fine. Thank you. You can, if we're tight on funds, let's get rid of that, please. Yes, thank you.
We've put people up on these before, mostly on a mockery.
No, we don't do that here.
There you go.
Beautiful. Thank you kindly.
Okay, and then what is that? So that will be geniality. So there was a specialty with geniality and Librum spent on gifts for something like this.
In which case I spent 2 Libra.
Okay. Okay. And we go to Sir Jarren next.
Yeah.
Is it gift giving time?
It's gift giving time.
All right, good. Sir Jarren hastily gets in line as far as gift giving goes. And as it gets to his turn, he seems to have 2 items. In one hand is seems to be folded up a quite large tapestry, but in the other is a small item. And he approaches and says, Sir Edrich, my friend, I am glad that this day has gone well for you. Your wedding is quite nice. I've enjoyed my time here. And I wish to give you this as a gift. And...
sorry, you go.
Oh, sir, sorry, go ahead.
I am glad, Sir Jarren. And what I said to everyone, I say to you especially. It means a lot that you are here, considering the initial reception that this news faced. But yes, things are going well, and, well, no small part due to the presence of my friends here. I'm enjoying the people I'm hanging around. It's unusual. I feel happy.
Well, good. Being happy is, I believe, what we're supposed to do on weddings, so it's turning out well. But for you, I have had this made. And from the one hand, he produces an amulet, actually. It's a bit hefty. It's of highly polished iron. It sort of shines in the torchlight. I suppose it's torchlight in this place. It's in the shape of a shield with a sword engraved onto its center. And he holds it out and smiling, he says, "You may need to try it on. I'm not sure if I got the fittings for the neck correctly."
It is an amulet. It goes around neck. It's all right. Edrich will accept it, and he will put on the amulet, the gift from his friend.
And
Alright.
yes, and Sir Jarren waits a long moment.
That's
Why do I
great.
feel like it's a? Why do I feel like it's a bomb?
There's a long pause for Sir Jarren.
Yeah, it's a very long pause.
And Edric's just trying it on and looks at Sir Jarren, and Sir Jarren looks at him, waiting for something, and Edrich says, "Thank you very much, Sir Jarren. It's quite lovely."
It's like from the Christmas Story where Ralphie gave the gift to the teacher and he's just waiting. It's like, it's good. Oh, right. It seems to fit well.
Yes.
Quite well.
Right, Sir Jarren.
Yes. Sorry. Just being so happy. I'm glad that it fits well. And now for Oslaf, Lady Oslaf.
Yeah, that's great. I love it. I'm not gonna do it. I think there's too much trust between you. I think it's more like oh, I wonder what the hell that was about. But there is a long pause where it's like you're waiting for something.
Sir Jarren's being a little weird, but it's probably okay.
Yeah.
And yeah. So as he breaks out of the spell, or I mean his hesitancy, he turns to Lady Oslaf and with a nod and says, "For the lady, I have a tapestry that I've had made, and I think it speaks well to remind us of the glory of our kingdom of Logris. And as it's unfurled, it's a very fine tapestry, stitched well with the map of Logris, and has the British Isle, but in particular Logris, though the state of its borders are very full in pre-Saxon invasion.
That was better than what Thomas expected, which was a full-on micro/macro aggression, which is just like, and this is the battle where we kick the Saxons off.
And this is, with these big X's, are where we killed many Saxon people.
I believe this was the battle where you were captured.
Yeah,
anyway,
front row seats to your cousin's execution next year. Duke Eldol speaks up and says, "Indeed, one land, one king."
And Edrich says that with no less fervor than he has before. One land, one king.
One land, one king. Jarren's chiming in there.
There is a magical effect on Edrich, but it wasn't broken, so I'm happy.
I need to stipulate that effect. That would be really interesting. I shall think about that. It wouldn't be apparent right now, but I think it was geared at a very specific outcome. But if it's not geared at a very specific outcome, it could be interesting. Yeah. No, Zack, I'm gonna say no, because it's not a charm. It's not a charm magic. Yeah,
gotcha.
Yeah, it's something deeper than that. That's what I wanted to establish with that right from the get-go.
I really love Jarren's 20,000 IQ play here. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah. But I will say, from the moment I watched the Gathering of Branches episode and saw that letter, I was like, I know what's gonna happen. But I'm glad it didn't, because that would have made things so bad for Edrich.
Right.
I thought straight up he was going to go, oh, my mind was under an effect. Death!
All right. I guess we move. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just gonna say that's the gift for the bride.
Okay.
Edrich will thank you most sincerely. And he will tap the amulet and say, "And I will keep this close to my heart." Literally speaking. I will both wear it and it is accepted very well.
I'm glad that you both enjoy your gifts. I'll see you, hopefully, out on the floor here. Or, well, we'll see each other soon.
We shall, my friend.
And Jarren's like, as he gave like the tapestry, and he's like, it seems like he hangs around for a long moment. Like the person behind him's like trying to get past him. And it's just...
Jarren, you must return to your.
Right. The wedding, the feast, right.
I apologize. We will have more time to speak later. Though you weren't speaking, you were just kind of watching.
Awesome. Okay, so we move to Perin next.
You're muted.
Perin's turn. Hello. Okay, so are we resolving the intercept thing first or the gift first?
The intercept thing first, I think, because it's like you end up kind of being absent when they look to you, and they just continue down the line. So this is happening while that's happening.
Yeah, Perin makes his way straight for the guy and tries to body block, just like get straight in front of him and see if he recognizes this guy at all.
You do not. I won't even give you a roll there.
Can I help you, Sir Knight? You seem a little lost. Can't seem to figure out where you're sitting.
I'm okay, thank you. I appreciate the gesture. I'm just...
Yes?
This is the line for the gift giving, is it?
Well, it's not so much of a line, more of a assembly. You'd know where you were supposed to be if you were supposed to be there. Where are you sitting? Perhaps I can figure out where you're supposed to be.
Oh, that's okay. I'm just,
Yes.
Well, I just going to show my thanks to the groom and bride for allowing me to be here.
What's the bride's name, by chance?
Oslif.
All right. Well, you've got that far at least. Who are you? You didn't quite mention.
My name, right? My name. I am a knight, and my name is Dylan. Sir Dylan.
Dylan.
Yes.
Sir Dylan. What
Yeah.
house? What county?
Caircolin.
And the Lord of Caircolin is...
A Saxon? I mean, he used to be that boy, but his head got cut off.
Interesting. Might I be frank with you, Sir Dylan? Yes?
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
There are a great deal of people who have lost a lot from the Saxons here. My wife, not least among them. There's a great deal of bad blood. But those two up there, bride and the groom, they're their own. Each of them has fought and suffered and lost very much to be here. And they are not representatives of all of their kind. In the same way that you are not a representative of all of your kind. Isn't that right, Sir Dylan?
That's right. Yes. I suppose you're right. The fine points here are clear. This is like talking to Goratrix. I think that would be some of these points are being lost, like early Goratrix. You can just tell it. Yeah. For Perin, this is not someone who's spent a lot of time studying. That's clear.
Might I ask you what gift you've brought for the bride and groom? I promise I won't spoil the surprise.
I have but a few words and an offer.
May I hear them?
He looks really like suspicious of you. He says, I prefer that the bride and groom hear them, along with everyone else.
I'm entrusted to the security at this event, and I'd like to hear them first. If you don't mind, Sir Dylan.
Give me just a quick intrigue test real quick. Yeah.
Oh, Bob, are you sure? Did I... No, that's right. Okay, never mind.
Okay, yep.
Wow, that's shockingly low for what I rolled.
Not the crit you thought you'd get, yeah. You get the sense that he's trying to do something here, and the moment you're offering him a roadblock that he's trying very hard not to accept, not breaching hospitality, not making an ass of himself.
Well, he might be a knight then, at least, if if he's trying not to breach hospitality. Sir Dylan, I promise you, bygones will be bygones. If it's something uncouth, but I have to look out for the safety and protection of the bride and groom and the comfortability of this event. Would you tell me what you wish to say first? And I promise, if it's nothing dangerous, you'll be allowed to say your words to him and the rest of the party.
He has. I'm gonna test something for him real quick.
Yeah.
Reckless or vengeful?
No,
Oh,
reckless.
God.
You got it the first time. Oh God, reckless 19.
Wow.
Indeed.
He yells from his position, Sir Edrich, Lady Oslif, I would like to offer my blade to your house. I am Sir Dylan of Caerwent. Total break, like it's embarrassing. So the good news is, it sounds really dumb. Like it's not at all probably the worst case scenario that Perin had considered.
Probably not an assassin.
Yeah.
No idea why this man was being so suspicious about this.
Yeah.
Interesting.
All
right.
With a little bit of
get a read on this guy. What's his deal?
Well, I'm gonna give that to Perin. I think he's probably a hedge knight. He was probably knighted on a battlefield somewhere in Caerwent, like at the Saxon Shore. Probably like a sergeant, low-born, nobody kind of thing, no education, and nowhere to go now. Now that Caerwent's fallen, like he's probably just looking for proper employment, but doesn't have any of the stewardship you'd get from being a squire and being brought up properly, or having even ties to other people that know what to do. And he's not very smart on top of it.
But why here?
It's a good question.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Perin, I think Perin looks at Edrich, who is now looking in this direction, and I think he actively laughs and goes, "Oh, well, if you had said so, by all means, boy. Make your entrance properly now."
There was an assembly sort of thing, but you may approach.
He'll stride forward.
What is your name?
Sir Dylan.
Sir Dylan. The House of Winterbourne Stoke is in great need of those who can wield a blade. How are you with the sword?
I've used one.
Well, there are worse places to begin. That's exactly what was said about us. And Edrich will say, "Then, Sir Dylan of Caercolin, you may enter my service." Is there a particular, etiquette that Edrich would know? Like, is there a kneel and rise into my service kind of thing, or?
I don't think so, because you're not raising him into, like, your,
Yeah.
I think it would be just a matter of if you have the employed and you have the slot, which you certainly do have a gap in.
We have the slot, yeah.
Right? You have the funding. So it'd probably be something along welcoming him to your house and...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Edrich will say, "It will be my honor and my privilege. Be welcome to my house and my manor. We can discuss the particulars after the wedding."
These are the rolls that you rolled, by the way. This is the outcome of that, just to make that clear. So there's always a random event. The last time was the horse stealing event. So, yeah. Yep.
Got you. Okay, well that's good. I'm glad no one's stolen my last horse. I have one left.
All right, and then.
But yeah, that is good.
Awesome.
Thank you, Perin. I also thought he was an assassin.
He wasn't very good at not being one, so.
He said he was from fucking the Saxon shores, and I was like, oh, okay, so either he's an Saxon assassin trying to kill the traitor, or he's a Cymric guy pissed at Saxons who's trying to kill the traitor. But the other one.
I mean, he could still be that. I mean, he just walked up and was like, "Let me join."
I think he's too stupid to be that. I don't think he would think of the.
He's too stupid to be that. He's got a reckless of 19.
I don't think he would have had the foresight to lie about it. I feel like at this point, you know. Anyway, I think Perin will kind of walk up behind the boy and clasp him on the shoulder and be like, "Well, you've certainly attract all sorts, Edrich." And he's just gonna give Dylan a look.
Yeah.
Like cold fucking fire, just you know. And
yeah, the boy shrinks at it a little bit too. Like he's a little bit aloof and a little bit just flying by the seat of his pants here. You can tell. Yeah.
We all been there. It's fine. I just gotta haze this kid a little bit and make sure he's not a spy or an assassin for real. Anyway, I love that we can't see Florence under all of the geniality.
He's covered.
It's covered by the coins.
Yeah. He's that dollar bill meme.
Yeah, dollar bill meme covered in them as the court is making it rain. As you say that, Sir Perin, Edrich will say, "I suppose I do, and I also suppose there was a reason why he shouted that in conversation with you."
For after the party, I think we'll have some speaking to do on that subject. And he looks to the other guests who are given gifts, and it says, "It seems I was a little waylaid in my attempt to provide my gift. Would anybody mind if I stepped in now that we've found a lull, at least?"
I think everyone just turns to you and nods.
Lovely. Forgive me for not doing this as dramatically as King Uther, Pendragon, but Edrich, Lady Osliff, I have 2 gifts for you. Though, in truth, I think they'll both find much more use with Lady Osliff. And he waves over to his squire, and the squire brings over a pretty heavy-looking box. And he opens it up, and there is a full set of chainmail armor inside with the Winterbourne Stoke heraldry on it, including, you know, helmet and gyves and all that stuff, like the full set. And he goes, "It has been fitted to an unorthodox size, should anyone need it."
Edrich smiles, and and to you would know that's like beaming as he looks over to Oslaf to gauge her reaction to the very nice armor.
Yeah, I think she would take that really well. Let me just... I'll give you a bonus to that.
I imagine this is also probably most unorthodox, and I bet you there's a couple of people who are not happy with Perin for this.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, Jarren.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Ready to talk.
He's arming her?
So I think our eyes light up. It's very clear. But yeah, there's certainly whispers and stuff amongst... nothing real bad, right? But just like, you can tell that there's some side conversations in that. Yeah.
Just wait for part 2.
Yeah, as that murmuring begins to pick up, Edrich kind of looks away from his wife to be and just kind of glares out into the general populace.
Right.
Perin bows his head slightly and goes, "May it keep you both safe, as you keep each other safe. And there is one more matter as well. Edrich, I understand that you've been somewhat struggling on the the area of mounts. Yes, especially good war horses.
That is true indeed. People keep killing them.
Well, let's do the opposite, shall we? Outside, I've arranged to have a 3-year-old charger. It is to be yours and your wife's. And he gives a very specific look, like the two gifts they go together, you know.
Mhm.
But
Yes.
obviously, you can do whatever you want with the charger. It's your charger.
No, definitely. Edrich understands this, picking up on that, and he will nod quite deeply towards Sir Perin. You know him well, and you're very good at intrigue. You would be able to tell that some part of that icy courtesy has thawed slightly, and he does smile. It's a regular Edrich smile, but
No teeth. Teeth would be scary.
it's like this. um, and he does say, "Thank you, Sir Perin. It means a great deal to me, and I am certain." He gestures towards Oslav, to you as well. I thank you for these gifts, and they will be used well.
My pleasure, my friend. Right, well, I'm feeling a bit tired. I think I'll go sit down. And he just makes his way back up to the, like, if everybody's up, he's sitting down, you know?
Mm-hmm. All right, and then I'm gonna get back. I think I'll get back to you, Thomas, on what the Earl gives you. I think one of the stakes with the marrying Oslaf is that is seen as a particularly big like hit for everybody. So they're not.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So they're not.
They don't want to get too close to it.
Yeah.
Giving you good gifts are going to be bad for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you've weathered the storm so far. So.
Definitely.
Mhm.
How many people does Edrich need to kill by the end of the day? Because things seem good.
No, the people that showed understand the laws of hospitality here.
Yeah, exactly. Good.
Save for the hedge knight. So
He's fine. He's with me now. He will be taught with the same school as Goratrix, trying and failing to get them to be good at intrigue, but mostly getting them good at killing.
all right. Okay, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a break and we're gonna part ways with Zack here as we close out the feast. Zack, thank
Farewell,
you for coming
Zack.
and
Yeah.
sticking it out. I appreciate it. Awesome. It was an awesome moment.
It was wonderful. The best thing that could have happened was nothing at all, and you did it so well.
Yeah, Jarren would still be like hanging out in the background.
All right,
like,
watch him closely.
yeah, just watching. Like maybe
understand.
it's a slow dispelling effect. It's
Indeed.
slow.
Maybe it takes time, or maybe it's broken, or maybe it needs to be under the light of the crescent moon or something.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, he needs to do a little more research,
Do I gotta-
maybe. But
Do I have to jiggle it? Do I have to jiggle the handle a little bit? I don't.
Jarren approaches and just kind of waves it up and down, grabbing it from Edric's chest.
just taps it a few times, like, yep, still iron. Yep. Uh-huh.
If I gotta replace the batteries?
Is it not
Nice.
supposed to be?
Hi, Stinky. Hello. Come here.
Call me Stinky.
Yes.
Yeah, it's weird to,
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mute myself.
weird to call us names on the way out. Thanks, Zach, for playing. I'm gonna go ahead and go to BRB, and then you can duck out here.
The You're So Vain song doesn't make sense because it is about me.
We are
What?
back. Maybe we're back. I think we're back.
Maybe we're back.
We're
Are we
back. We're back.
Could we be back? We're back.
We got it.
We
Right.
did it.
Yeah.
We hath returned. Welcome. Let us continue on with the last little bit of the year. Now, it's been a minute since we've spent time in Salisbury with these characters. I want to give you guys an opportunity to respond to your number one priority, whatever that might be. So I thought we might dance around the group a little bit and see what those number one priorities are. We spent some time with Edrich. Why don't we do a reverse order? We'll start with Perin, then Florence, then Edrich. Does that sound good?
That's good.
So Bob, you and I have been discussing in my private channel, or in DMs, what I've been trying to do. So, with allowing you to have control over how much of that is on screen and off screen, that is what Perin's priority is. Working towards that.
Do you have an opposition with the people we have to having it on screen? Oh, you're muted again.
You're muted again.
Yeah.
No, I don't. They know what's up out of character.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna give you one more intrigue test.
You spoil me. I would like to roll passion as well, if that's doable.
Yep.
Now, the question is, what passion can I apply to this? Let's do honor. I think honor is fitting. That is a success on honor.
Okay.
Yeah, my boy!
Hell yes.
Don't say hell yes, Thomas. You don't want this.
No. I enjoy my friends succeeding in all things, and this means I can give you more glory.
That is true. I'm glad that you're succeeding. I'm also terrified that you're succeeding. But that's a different grade.
I'm glad you guys have such mixed feelings.
You recall a particular conversation with the late great Duke Gorlois and a discussion about sorry, I'm following your journey. Just watching you go off screen slowly. A particular conversation the Duke mentioned, the late great Duke Gorlois mentioned his darling wife Igraine, and a particular capability she had with potion making. I think there's a conversation met at the border of Logres and Wales somewhere. And Perin finds himself with the contact, who he knows, but will keep it entertaining for it to be a bit of a mystery for you. The contact is dressed in a black cloak, and it's a meeting at night. A vial is handed over, and probably not a vial, like a, what would it be? What's it'd be like a glass, what would they keep
Filter?
something? What would they keep like an ointment in back then? What do you think?
I think a
It'd be like
ceramic,
a
or not
ceramic.
ceramic, a pot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be a pot of some kind.
Yeah, I think that's the case. And
A clay vessel.
sure, let's go with a clay vessel. So the hand comes out, and it's a very delicate looking hand. And it says, the lady's voice says, "One drop is all you'll need, in the cup at the right time." Beware's cupbearer.
I understand. Now, Bob, you don't, as you said, with mystery stuff, are there any things that might be on my sheet that might be, directing how I might be feeling or acting, engaging with this person?
It's not her.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good,
I think so. I wasn't looking for this to be hidden entirely, just for the scene. So
yeah,
as as the conversation ends, you see her let back her robe for a moment. You see her oldest daughter.
as he kind of holds the clay, I think his hand shakes a little bit, and he goes, "When it happens, it's going to be very dangerous for both of us. It'll need to look just right, or our lives will be more than taken."
I am not in league with you, Sir Perin. You've asked for a supply and have granted it. Do I want to see the king dead? That is why I risk being here. But make no mistake, should you be found, you're on your own. I am a queen now, after all.
Then I suppose it's lucky that I found a peasant who was willing to sell me this mix.
Indeed. And I wish you the best. Your benefit here is my own. I want nothing more than for that man to die. And for Thomas to take the sword away from his neck so he doesn't accidentally slit it.
No, it's okay. I'm holding it up here so he knows.
Perin
Okay,
goes.
I'll put it up.
Perin looks back up to her and goes, "Marquise, it's about more than just you or me, or even your mother, or Gorlois. I hope that you come to understand that. I have no right to preach to you. But for your sake, I hope this means more than just revenge." Good night. And he nods, and he's also dressed pretty heavily in blacks, and he puts up his own hood and makes his way out.
If you find yourself on the run, know that there are many places to hide beyond the wall. And Lothian may be to your benefit.
I'll keep that in mind. Though if this goes right, there are only two people I'll have to really convince.
Good luck with Sir Edrich and Sir Florence.
I pray I'll need it.
Alrighty. So that is Perin's scene. But Mark, are you in a good spot to go for you next, or?
Yeah, I'm good too.
Okay.
Let me put this away because it is hard to hold.
Yeah.
I bet.
Yeah, I think so. Florence's main plan is to delve into his own little conspiracy over in Silchester. Specifically, this is something I think we discussed a while ago with Bob. but Sir Florence has put plans in motion to using the alliance of his cousins in Silchester and his wife, the Baroness. His plan is to basically replace what's his name?
Blaine's.
Blaine's. Sir Blaine's as the steward to
Lev
the
Kamagas.
yeah. And basically, yeah, his plans is to prop up a member of his own cousinship. So one of his cousins or one of the brothers of his cousins. And prove that they are a better candidate to the Duke.
Okay.
As well as attempt to discredit Blaine's by bringing up evidence that he has been speaking ill behind the back of the Count. He's heard countless rumors of how he has spread rumors of the Count's impotence.
Indeed.
Countless rumors.
As well, the main thing he would do is sell this to the Duke himself. That having Sir Blaine's could damage the Duke's reputation if he is to continue to serve as his steward.
Okay. How do you want to start approaching this? Like, what is step one here?
That's a good question. I think step one in this is to make sure his cousins are behind this and will support him in this motion.
Okay.
He imagines his wife will, as part of the favor that she has promised to him.
Yep. That makes sense. I noticed you had an outstanding aunt on your sheet, like after your uncles. Like there was your father Morganor, right? There was your father Morganor. Then there was Bledache, and then there was an auntie that we never have touched at all. And I'm wondering if that's where your cousins were. Or was
I was thinking it would be on his mother's side because his mother was from.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. Wait, have we established who your cousin is? We have not yet.
No, we have not. He has not been established yet.
We will make the check first, and obviously wave it to Silchester. Like ignore where it says they're from.
Exactly. I imagine he'd be the son of. Of the house where Florence's mother is from.
Yeah.
I think his father would be Keith. Or Keith. It might be.
Keith.
What about Keith? Or did you name them? Is that what happened? Or
no, you named him. There was just a general bunch of names of Florence's mother's family.
He hates holding things.
Keith, and he is the oldest.
Did we draw them out though already on paper somewhere?
It's on the family echo.
Oh, we put them. Oh, right, we did.
Whoever this would be their son.
Right.
I too despise holding things.
Right.
Well,
we've been getting that role a lot lately.
You took drastic measures to hold fewer things. Your capacity to hold things has been cut in half.
That works perfectly. He hates Lev Kamagas. You know what I mean? Like that would make a lot of sense. Like maybe that's what kind of gives you the idea for it is that he has a problem with the current rulership of Lev Kamagas, and maybe they're hindering. I don't know what it would be. Maybe it's an old. Maybe it's an old raiding issue, because sometimes people raid even within their county, right? So maybe they were raided previously by Blaine's at some point.
All right.
Imagine raiding members of your own county.
Who would ever?
Cut to next scene with Sir Jareth. Okay, so do you want to do this thing with Sir. Is that Owl? Awel?
I think it's Owl.
Owl?
Owl.
Yeah.
Awoo.
I almost want to say it's Owl. Sir Owl.
Ow.
Owl.
Sir Owl. So
Hungry like the wolf. I found Jarren.
your cousin Sir Uwu.
Sir Uwu. Uwu. Sir Uwu of What's This?
Okay, so Sir Owl, you end up meeting with your cousin.
No. Florence goes, "Dear cousin, is glad to see you once more. I hope you have been well."
Yes. Well enough. Seems things have been a lot more... So what was with all that trial business?
Oh, it was just some misinformation, I'm afraid. People thinking one thing when the truth is another. This classic miscommunication. But everything is fine with that whole matter. The king has honored me once again. As I'm sure you have heard, I am now a Baron of the Axe.
Congratulations, cousin.
Thank you. Of course, my dear cousin, should you have any requests of me, I would be grateful to help you out. After all, it wouldn't be the first time. And there is an importance to the ties of blood. However, it is this time I have a suggestion for you. See, I've had a thought about the steward of the Duke. I'm sure you know him well.
Oh, Sir Blaine's. Yes, indeed. What of him?
It's no secret that he has had a long-standing, shall we say, rivalry with the Earl of Salisbury. And, I make no means to hide this. I seek to improve my station among the Earl's graces. By doing so of, let's say, striking a sizable blow to his enemy. Rival, I mean to say. I have heard through the grapevine that you, yourself, as well as the family on this side, have a unique dislike for Blaine's and his family.
That is not untrue, cousin.
Yes, well, I seek an opportunity that will bring us both greater heights. You see, if there is perhaps a brother of yours in the family that is of a decent steward skill, perhaps even greater of that than Blaine's himself, we might be able to find a suitable replacement for the Duke. You see, dear cousin, I've heard some horrid rumors about Sir Blaine. Him besmirching the name of a count, calling such untrue lies behind his back. I think if we can convince the Duke that having a steward such as Blaine's in his employ would be damaging to his reputation, if Blaine's were to continue as he has. Thus, perhaps a suitable replacement of your family, of course, would do both him and the duchy well.
I wouldn't wish to weaken the Duke and his allies. I despise Sir Blaine's. This much is true. He seems a little bit torn. He is competent. What have you heard exactly? What has he done?
He has been spreading rumors of the Earl's. Shit, I've forgotten the word. Impotence, that's what he would say. Of the Earl's impotence. He's also continued to pine for the Earl's wife.
How unchristian.
Indeed.
Okay, I need to test something now.
All right.
And this will have a major factor on where he's at currently.
And I didn't say anything before, but there is also the rumor which was going around that he was responsible for the attack on Rhodri back when he was a count. That
I feel like Florence wouldn't bring that up because that could create more problem.
Yeah.
Assassination attempt, but big claim.
Okay, so here's the names of the stake. I did not expect that to crit, but it did crit.
That is the other one's a fumble too.
The other one's a fumble. So I think the name of this game, and this is going to be really interesting for you, Sir Florence, is if you impassioned yourself with your best passion, could you critical at 20? Because I think the only way you're going to convince him, where he's standing right now, is his mercifulness is outweighing, like he's like, so you get him past the point of like, you know, what has he done? Am I making a mistake? But then he starts to talk about forgiveness.
Right. Okay. So what would I be rolling?
I think in this case, to get your way, I think intrigue and then potentially impassioned. Does that bring you to 20 or no?
Intrigue.
Because you have to beat a critical of 19, not just beat a 19.
No, I don't think I can beat it. I have an intrigue of 10, and I can only get that up to 15. Okay. Unless I criticaled on loyalty, lord, or hospitality.
You might as well try it, right? Like,
you'll still have to get, I think, a 1 in 400 chance, but it is possible. It's happened before.
It's
you need to get a critical, and then
I have to get a 20.
Yeah.
If Thomas can get 5 fumbles in a single session, I believe you can get this.
Okay. Exactly. It's all been coming to this.
We will give this a go. It's possible. I'm going to roll Loyalty Lord, because that is what is truly behind this. Oh, I'm praying hard.
Come on, God.
Oh.
No.
That'll give you a +5, right?
The best I can do is crit for a 15, which won't beat him.
But you might as well make the roll, because that could still be significant. Like,
no, it's just a regular success.
So close.
So
yeah.
close.
I think you leave though with this success. You leave knowing that Sir Owl will be no use to you in that department, that particular department. Not no use in general. Just he seems to. I mean, you yourself are a highly merciful knight, right?
Yeah.
So I think you're like I can't convince him. If I could convince him that Blaine's was not just incompetent, but was foul somehow, like truly foul, like unjustly foul. Maybe that would change, you know.
I would need to find evidence of it.
You could also just move on from him to another option, though.
That's true.
And I think
I'm trying to think what evidence he actually has, because Blaine's has been really good at covering his tracks. But there is someone he can speak to.
Yep.
Florence is going to seek an audience with Blaine's wife.
Ooh.
Okay.
And if he needs to, he would do so through Sir Perin, as she's his aunt. Otherwise, he will attempt to go there directly.
It's up to you whether you do it through Perin. I think you could seek her audience without Perin, just because it's up to you, though. Like, it would be...
Florence will seek it personally. Oh, God.
If potentially you did want to seek out Sir Perin, you could potentially use his 19 intrigue as well.
That is true. I think this is a personal thing for Florence. He's not going to bring other people in.
Think about that too, necessarily.
Yeah. So he's just going to do it himself.
Okay.
to see Lady Fleor.
All right. You do. You find your way to Lady Fleor. I think, where would the invitation be? Would it be a neutral site, not you going to Levcamagus?
Oh, that's a good question.
I
think it would be a neutral site.
I'm gonna drag us over to the Roll20 screen, just so I can show people the positioning of some of these places. So we talk about this. We're talking about, you guys all live right around here somewhere. And then Levcamagus is right here. And Sarum is your neutral site.
We live along like one of these rivers.
Yeah. Yeah, and then Stonehenge is right there. So I think, looking at that, this would be the Winterbourne Stoke River. This would be whoever's in the middle. Is it Idmiston or Durnford? I think is in the middle, and then Idmiston's on the right. One of those two. I forget which was.
Yeah.
Who was left and who was. I know Winterbourne Stoke's way over, and then the two of you are close-ish.
Yeah. Yeah. We're each on separate rivers.
Thought on meeting location?
Most likely Sarum.
Okay.
Kind of inviting her home for tea.
She visits well enough, so I think she would have no problem joining along.
Yeah. I think with that, Florence would have some. Do we even have tea at this time? Seems very un-British to not have tea.
We do not,
Yeah.
for sure. Not till we get colonies, buddy.
Okay.
Yeah.
In which case, he would have whatever the equivalent of a night is. Wine or something.
It's always wine and water. Yeah.
Wine and water.
Yeah.
He's also a Roman Christian, of course. But yes, he would invite her over, and they would have a pleasant conversation as they go. Lady Fleor, it's good to see you once again. It's been too long.
Sir Florence, good to see you as well. I've spoken with your wife more recently than you, I think. I'm glad to hear that everything worked out with you and Perin and Edrich at the trial. Very alarming news.
Yes, as understandable. It's a time of chaos within this kingdom. It's very unfortunate. But that is the hope of all knights, that we can stabilize it. Don't you agree, Lady Fleor?
I do agree.
Of course. The stability of the kingdom is our first priority, especially as lords and ladies of our dear king. Though, I suppose for you, you are a dear lady of the Duke. The Duke of
The Vale.
the Vale.
I am a lady of a retainer of the Duke. That is true. My loyalties have changed through right of marriage, but I still consider Salisbury home.
That I'm glad to hear. It is important that we remember where we've come from, not just where we are.
Indeed so.
I mean, I myself, my mother was from Silchester. Her family are very prominent there.
I do
And
believe
noble people.
I've had an opportunity to meet them, if I recall.
Is that true?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. What was your thoughts of them? I'm curious.
They are very devout.
Yes, that is very true. My family has always taken pride in our faith.
I understand the sentiment.
Yes. But tell me, how has your husband been? Has he been well?
Indeed. I'm gonna need an intrigue roll for this.
I'm gonna roll loyalty, Lord.
Okay.
That's a fumble.
Yeah. Okay.
That's full
That goes
madness,
down by
isn't
one.
it?
Oh.
Okay. I fixed stuff. Got broken for a sec. I fixed it.
Oh,
I will literally go home right now.
I think she picks up on the idea almost right away, and she says, I know that Sir Blaine's is a complicated man and not a friend of the Earl. In my role, I serve 2 loyalties, one to my husband and one to my friends and family. And I see it best to do both gracefully. I must keep them separate. I do not believe, despite the rumors, that Sir Blaine's was behind the assassination attempt.
like with that, there's like a visible moment of Florence grinding his teeth.
Yeah, and you remember she was actually there for that.
Yeah.
She was one of the people. She would say, I did what I could to keep as many as I could alive after the event. And I was furious when I heard it might be Sir Blaine's, but I see no... He's not a particularly violent man. He has his one feud, and it seems to be over the Lady Ellen.
Oh, he does not need to be a violent man to do as he does. He is a conniving, craven individual. I do not see how you can be so blind to what he has done. He seeks the destruction of the Earl, your family's Earl.
She says, that is enough. You don't know him. Good luck on your ladder. Hopefully you never fall off. So I think she starts to take you for a ladder climber. You are trying to position yourself upward. You've become a baron recently, and now the next target, as she sees it, is
I have good news and bad news for Sir Florence. The bad news is it is madness for 1d6 plus 5 days. The good news is that's 100 glory. As your control is ceded from yourself, and in that moment of crushing disregard by that nice lady, you go mad.
I want to have a Bob.
Yeah.
Should we discuss what happens next? Because I have a few ideas.
Okay. I mean, keep in mind
In his
that
madness.
it's usually after the action that takes place. So we technically didn't roll. We should have rolled your thing at a penalty first off.
I'll give it a go. I'll be honest, it's not a high chance.
Yeah. But that's why we should just verify it first.
That's right. He might have been a little bit more civil in that scene. But he probably still didn't come off great. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
He does as he does.
Yeah.
But at the end of it, he does kind of catch himself and go, wish you I wish you a safe trip, Lady Phil. And he just, kind of embarrassed.
Awesome. And
then it festers.
Maybe this whole thing is around you feeling like you're never going to be successful at what you set out to do here. It's like 2 roadblocks you hit in your first 2 attempts.
Well, kind of my 2 ideas for this is either he completely gives up on this as a possibility, or he just makes a big scene by going up to the Duke and claiming that Sir whatchamacallit, I keep forgetting his name. Sir Blaine's is a craven coward that speaks horrid words behind the backs of people. And basically besmirches the Duke's steward in front of him. That's my idea, at least.
Okay. Where would this be, I wonder?
Within 11 days' ride.
That's doable.
I disconnected for a moment.
I mean,
I missed part of the conversation.
He could ride to Stone's Keep and back in 11 days. Maybe he just sets out. Well, I've got to do this myself, and sets out and rides right to the Duke's.
If you can roll a d6 plus 5, and that's how many days. So you might make it there. You might not if you do it in like a week or something.
Yeah. Why don't you test real quick?
All right. What am I rolling?
Just a d6.
Okay.
D6 plus 5.
My aim to roll high or low?
Low, because this is the amount of days you are in madness.
D6 plus 5. I rolled 5d6.
5d6, yeah.
I'm like, how did that?
Oh, 7.
Okay. Crap, I gotta check something real quick. I just want to be accurate.
Whatever it is, I will say, whatever it is, I want it to be bad for Florence.
Yeah.
I need him to do something that's going to cause problems for him.
Yeah, I get it. I'm just checking Sarum to Surrey. That should be fairly accurate. 20 hours, yeah. You're gonna, I mean, I think it makes sense. I think you ride to the Duke's Keep and
come and fight me, Duke.
Yeah. You slander Sir Blaine's, and you're asked for evidence. What would Florence do when asked for not evidence, but provide your claim? You issue, if it is just this, then you issue a challenge to my.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Florence is going to drag in the Sword of Victory.
How so?
He's going to say, I have 2 others that can confirm my story, who have heard the very rumors themselves. Sir Edrich and Sir Perin. They will back my claim. And this craven wretch will be proven to be what he is before all of Logris.
Well, it's a good thing I had us all build defenses.
Now you know what it's like, Sir Perin. Now you know what it's like.
And you know what? If offered the chance, Lawrence would definitely challenge Sir Blaine's to a duel.
Okay, yeah, I think that's what's gonna be on the table, absolutely here. Because I don't think evidence-based things are really a thing right now. I think it's just, you claim this, then how do you wish to proceed? Oh, you wish to stand by your words, so then they get the right to issue a counter.
Challenge. Yeah. The counter could either be like, here's people that said I didn't do it, or it could just be, fuck you, fight me.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I got my evidence right here. Destroy it.
All right, so I think that's the name of the game. I think we find out that Sir Florence has issued a challenge to Sir Blaine's, and that will be a future duel.
You did what?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Sir Edrich, who was fully content to spend his whole turn doing nothing, just spending time with his wife and relaxing, fighting down the urge to kill, and kill again. But now he's got stuff to do. There's no rest for the Edrich.
All right. Well, I think the camera's turning to Edrich, so what,
I do believe that... Oh, no, wait, never mind. He did his thing with the poison. I think the camera pans in just, like, immediately after that. Just smash cut from Florence going, "The sword of victory will back me!" To Edrich receiving a letter read to him by Father Brockvale, going, "Fuck." Well, well, for the second time in as many months, Edrich is now dragged into a very high-profile slander against a very high-profile person. Might as well substantiate it, I guess. Is there anything Edrich can do to gather any evidence of any kind of wrongdoing from the Constable Sir Blaines? He will go to his Earl if he has to. He will listen to rumors. He will try and get things that aren't just hearsay. He's going to try and help his friend dig himself out of this hole. And then he's going to lose more of his points of loyalty to the Sword of Victory.
I don't know. I don't really have a guiding point for you there, I don't think. I think that will be largely up to you and how you want to proceed, because you know what you know in character, which is not a lot, and that trail
Not a lot.
Yeah, that trail is about what
5 years cold?
almost 10 years cold now.
10 years, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is not much all told.
You are
and one of
literally
the people
next year will be 10 years. It's 9 years this year.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And one of the people who would have continued to look into it would have been Sir Merrick, Edric's old sire, who is now dead. So... Well, now...
Well, Sir Merrick's not technically the only Newton Manor born knight.
I'm not going to Sir Jarren. No, sorry, I'm not going to Sir Jareth. I would go to Sir Jarren. But actually, you know what? I will go to Sir Jareth. I will go to Sir Jareth. I might as well gather what information I can, and if he cannot point me in a good direction, fine. Edrich has to save his friend's life so he can no longer associate with anyone ever again. He just wants to get money and power and spend time with his wife.
Gotcha. Okay. So what is your approach, good sir? What do you want to do?
A letter, perhaps, for a request to meet, with, Jareth. Does he still live within, well, in his place, or has it been taken over by the Saxons and he goes elsewhere?
He lives in Humble Creek Manor.
Yep. Close to the Saxons, but not quite there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Humble Creek's been good to Winterbourne Stoke. Edrich will send a letter asking if he could meet with him in regards to certain matters, of course, past and present.
Okay. Very doable.
Look what you've made me do, Mark. You've made me deal with this bastard.
Yeah, that's on you, man. Could have just let me die.
No, I can't. I can't.
I think maybe a meeting in London would make sense.
Yeah, that sounds
Oh, he cut his
perfect.
hair.
Look at that jawline. Gonna break it. But yes.
How dare he be so handsome?
I was handsome once before I took a one-hit decrease to it. When I got hit with an axe and met my wife. But yes, I say that's fine. Meeting in London is good. Edrich goes to London a lot generally, based on his duties as a Knight of the Sword and also, a politically active knight.
Do you ever take Oslov with you?
It's up to her. It is highly possible she will be attacked on the way, and Edrich does make that make a point of that. I will take you with me if you would like. Londinium is a generally multicultural place. The problem is it is filled with people, and all of those people can and will kill you and me if they decide to.
She would agree. She tends to if you're not riding off to something specific, she tends to want to understand more about Logris in general. So
Absolutely. Certainly, well, she may come with her new horse.
The meeting place can be like a I don't have someone's name in particular. Actually, probably do. It could be Cadvile's little humble place. So.
Oh, that sounds lovely. Yeah. Good old Cadvile.
Mm-hmm. Which is not far out. It's not technically a manor. It's not. It's just his own.
Yeah,
inside the city. Yeah. Sir Jareth comes in. You can see that he has a couple of men with him. In fact, one of them is your former cellmate.
Indeed. Edrich will nod towards him. Grinning Edrich's classic grin. These number of people won't stop Edrich if he decides he needs to. But Edrich will say, "It is good to see you again, and that the years have treated you well. And you as well, Sir Jareth. We have only met briefly, but it stuck with me."
I would imagine so. Those were difficult times for Salisbury and for all of Logris.
Indeed so.
I hear that you and the others survived the trial. It's good. If I could have made it in time to aid my brother, I would have.
Indeed so. It speaks well of you to do so. But we were innocent to begin with, and the truth won out. Indeed, it is with a similar matter that I wanted to discuss something with you. Your uncle, Sir Merrick, he was my sire and he fell in battle.
Another tragedy.
Another tragedy. One that I would soon, I hope, aim to correct. But it is Sir Merrick who rose me to a knight. It was he who taught me as a squire, and it was he who taught me the value of the truth and of thorough investigation. Sir Merrick would speak at length about the attack that took the life of your father. And he suspected for a good deal of time Sir Blaine's of this. I come to you with this now because, well, without burden of evidence, one of my companions has saw fit to accuse him of this, and others as well. I was wondering if you were close to it, and as I was when my father was slain by bandits. They were killed quite swiftly and briefly. The Saxons died, leaving very little trail. And I was wondering if there were whispers that you had picked up on, anything leading towards the mastermind to this attack. The attack on Count Roderick. Now, Earl.
I did spend some time for a while, in truth. Almost 2 years. Looking for that vengeance. There were rumors that Sir Blaine's used to have with him a retinue of sergeants and hedge knights. They were from Berwick, from the Vale.
Do you know what might have become of them? Any ones he would have trusted to give those sorts of orders?
Things got much worse after I took over the coast. When I landed my estate, we were almost immediately bombarded, and things have not quelled with the Eastern Saxons despite having Octa and Eosa in custody right here in London.
Indeed so.
So in short, I have not had the opportunity to follow up with it.
I would imagine. Attacks on all fronts rarely leaves time for thorough investigation.
Unfortunately. But do not mistake. My family means a great deal to me, and my father's death. Payback is... There are very few things higher on my list.
I wonder if I could assist you in gathering names, people, places. It would be my pleasure. You have given me information that I can follow up on, and I would be more than happy to share the results of my own investigation with you.
What, You want me to lodge the complaint, then?
Not until we have more to go on. But another voice speaking in, let's say, to the detriment of Sir Blaine's, will be quite useful in the coming... Edrich, checks his calendar in, the next couple of weeks or so.
If we can get evidence that makes it worth that stance, then you have my support. And
Quite
I
so.
imagine you have the support of Sir Jarren as well.
Indeed. I would have gone to Sir Jarren with this, but for all that I love him, he does not strike me very much as, well, you know.
He's meant for the battlefield.
Quite so.
This much is very true. There is a lot to deal with here. And I know that our houses are not allies for all that has been done. But this is something we all suffered. And something I wish to see dealt with.
I will act in this common cause, and this common good. And after that, well, who can say? But I hope it will improve things. Going forward, at the very least.
If I do this, I would ask one thing in turn.
How so?
Once we've dealt with the enemy near home, I need you to sway the Earl. To sway the king, if need be. These Saxons in the east have sat here too long, and no one has dealt with them. We haven't even launched a true counterattack.
The wars that have been waged in the past years have been against fellow members of the Isle. Attacks which were necessary, but were not against the Saxon invaders. I will speak to those whose ear I have, for I do believe this to be a threat that needs dealing with. The more innocents die, the less we can call ourselves knights.
Indeed.
I will speak to who I can, and in the meantime, I shall look for proof. People who know of what has been done. And if I find none, well, that is an answer all of its own.
I understand.
Oh, and forgive my manners. So Jareth, and he like looks directly at his fellow prisoner. You have met my wife, of course.
I don't think Jareth has met your wife, has he?
Jareth hasn't. He was looking at the guy he was at the cell with, because he has.
Yeah, that guy gives her an awfully long look, right? But not so much that, he's courteous about it. He just stares for a minute.
Good. But yes, Edrich will say goodbye to Sir Jareth, say farewell to Sir Cadfael, and he will go on and continue to try and gather evidence. We don't have to do it this episode, but no. I've got to do it before later things. Yeah.
Understood. We might even give you an opportunity with that in the off-site. I do want to do one last scene before we close with all three of you on the road. Where will this be? This will be returning to Sarum for Winter Court. So we're not going to actually we're going to fast track the court because I think you guys have had more than enough of that this season.
No.
Oh, hello, Lily.
Again.
Lily.
Right.
Oh,
Lily.
Yeah.
Ah. Oh,
Okay.
I can do this, Thomas, but
Oh, yeah.
I like that cat.
Oh, well, thank you.
that cat.
I like your cat too.
Cute. He's looking at me right now. Murder in his
Oh.
eyes. I know.
Okay. As the three of you ride together to Sarum, I think it'd be interesting for you to have like a minute or two in interactions, because a lot of this has been, independent things this episode. And then I'm going to interrupt with something.
Out of curiosity, is Florence still in madness?
Nope. That only lasts for days.
Okay.
7 days, I think we read. So
7 days.
Yeah.
7 days.
7 days.
We all went to different places with that one, I feel.
We did, yeah. Florence is riding along with his two fellow knights as he goes. So, about last week.
I'm not talking to you about it. I confided in you specifically about my dislike for being dragged into things for which there is very little evidence. And then the very next week, the week of my honeymoon, no less, where I was content to spend my days in solitude with my wife, I had to talk to the Humble Creek Manor. The people who hate me. They hate me.
And they don't all hate you. But, what are friends for?
I mean, I'm not really in a position to hold a grudge against you, so as I see it, this is what the Sword of Victory is for.
I will kill you both, here and now, and no one will notice. No one will dare suspect me, because I will duel them.
Don't even joke about that, Edrich. Please.
To be honest, I do apologize for it. I was not, in my right mind?
It happens, Florence. Granted, this is a particularly big it happens, but we're not on trial for treason in front of the king, so, like I said...
I am sorry. I couldn't stand by it anymore.
I understand. You are a man of God and of principle, and this was clearly something that had been weighing on you for some time. But I will also say this. I had just gotten done, let us say, processing my distaste for what had happened previously, for the second time no less, before it reared its ugly head again, this time with a second head, this strange Cerberus of not quite deception, but still poorly planned out accusations.
Edrich,
I will deal
you're
with the
being
problems
unfair.
when they come.
It happens.
I know it happens. The problem is that it happens.
Florence.
The problem is that they have kept on happening.
Florence. And Perin kind of like stops his horse a little bit. Stops his horse a little bit alongside Florence and goes, Florence, what you did from a position of passion for justice and righteousness. Regardless of the situation we're in, regardless of your decision to bring us involved, my issue is not that you did that in the first place, but rather that you didn't feel like you could ask us to help beforehand. I understand it was a personal matter to you, but any Edrich or I would have been happy to jump in and help navigate the situation in a way that was more tactful and likely would have resulted in a victory for you. Not just us, but you. Do you understand what I mean?
I do. But it was more than just that in the moment. I mean, both of you are excellent at what you do. Of a way with words and with, pushing things in the right direction and...
Manipulating people.
Yes, exactly.
We could call them courtly matters, but yes.
The point being, it's never been my forte personally, but I've been learning. I've been growing my skills in that matter because I think it will be useful for me moving forward. You two are my dearest of friends, and I am truly sorry to have pulled you into this matter. And I am sorry I did not mention it before. I don't know. We're all heads of different houses. Each of us with our own goals.
Apology accepted, Florence, and I won't hear of it again. Edrich? And there's very clearly like a little bit of a look in Perin.
We will fix the problem, and then we will see.
I swear to you both, I will re-earn any trust I may have lost through this.
I thought I just said, Florence, that I won't hear of it again, and he just starts riding off.
What made him think I was going to listen to him?
Awareness rolls,
Hell yeah.
My family's good at that, except for Virgil, who's blind.
I didn't see shit.
Success.
Oh.
Okay, well, we'll say it makes sense Perin started riding forward again. Maybe you didn't notice. Florence.
Edric's back to being relatively unhappy, so he's hyper vigilant again.
Yeah, and Florence is generally aloof when about. But we have Edrich. You hear someone on the road behind you, a single rider. You can tell, and they're moving quickly in this direction.
Hold, you two, we're being pursued. Edrich will wheel around.
Pursued? By what?
It could just be the way that he says things. It might just be that two people are heading on the road behind us.
Well,
With our luck, I
Edrich
imagine not.
Yeah. Edrich will stay where he is, watching out for the rider that is coming behind us.
Okay. You see a lone rider. They're in chainmail, and they are trotting hard in this direction, making their way either. Well, it's hard to say. I think whether they're coming for you or coming past you to Sarum, like going past you to Sarum. I think that's I think that might be a trusting versus suspicious attempt there, if you care.
Yeah, trusting or suspicious, either way, they gotta state their business.
Okay.
So Edrich will say, "Ho there, who goes?"
He's like out of breath a bit. Sir Knights, Knights of Logris, I'm here on foreign business.
Foreign business.
of which kingdom?
Kingdom of Norgels.
Norgales.
Which one's that one? Out of character.
Which one's that one
oh,
in character?
Maybe in character. Yeah, maybe in character. In character,
Yeah,
does he know?
yeah, exactly. I think that's probably
The Nurgles? We're looking for Nurgles now?
Norgels.
Gales.
Gale sounds familiar to me for some reason.
Well, so does Nurgle.
Nurgle.
It's not Nurgle. I'll spoil that for
Okay,
you.
good.
Yeah.
Okay. I would have fought him. But yes, is that like heraldry? Is that recognized?
I think.
Say...
Yeah, I think it would be heraldry or recognized, but I think I'm gonna give you, because it's foreign, I think I'm gonna give you a penalty.
Doesn't matter what penalty you give me, I'm low on both.
What's the penalty?
It's gonna be a -5 to the roll.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ah! I went full screen. Sorry about that. You get to see my chest for a little bit.
Oh, that's wrong. That's incorrect. That is not the correct roll. I did it the opposite.
Fail.
That is a fail on my part too.
Okay.
But yes,
All
Edrich will say, "Poor Gales."
You swear you've heard of it, but you can't quite place like where it is. It's probably on the island, like either in Cumbria or Cambria, one of the two. So either in Wales or Northern England, one of the two.
Cumbria and Cambria sound the same. Foreign business. Do you have this with us, or can we accompany you on your journey to complete your message?
Do you ride for the Earl?
I do. But do you live in these parts?
We do indeed.
We are Knights of Salisbury, yes.
All of us are just north of Sarum.
Is this Sarum here? This any emotions?
Well, quite
ahead?
close. Come, we'll
Aye.
take you into the city.
He'll like slow down and ride with you now. Must forgive me, but I'm got very little time until the cold sets in, and I've yet to
Aye.
be successful.
I
You
see.
were riding your horse rather hard. I hope the news isn't Desperate or too urgent?
Things are desperate, yes.
You must have come a long way.
I've traveled far. Norgales is not too far, but the travel has been indirect. I've been through every forest I can find. No luck.
At least you didn't have to cross the sea.
Everyone's just trying to guess where Norgales is in character.
Yes. Winter is bad.
Indeed. Lucky I did not.
North.
Hmm.
Yes, winter is bad north of these parts. In any case, you said. Sorry. You said matters were desperate. What ails you and Norgos?
No gales.
No, it's
Yes.
Norkara.
My brother, our king, is absent. And while he's absent, we are amidst a civil war.
Absent.
Ah,
A civil war?
Indeed.
Is there a pretender? Someone claiming kingship?
There are those tribes that have rebelled and pushed back against us.
and what has happened to the absent king?
Forgive me, but absent? Have you misplaced your king?
He looks a bit embarrassed at that.
Oh no, I was joking.
Perhaps you might check behind the couch.
Oh, this poor guy.
It'll be better when I find him. I bring grave news. My elder brother, our second, has fallen. And with myself and my brother Pellis being all that remain, Pellis is but a recent knight. I fear that there will be no kingdom by the time he returns. So, with all due respect,
In that case, let us pick up the pace. Yes, we can lead you to those who you were seeking, and if we can aid, if our lord allows it, I'm sure we can.
We know these roads well as well. It won't take us long if you follow us.
Do you know the nearby forest as well?
As much as anyone who's grown up in the region could have. Yes.
We also know the Earl quite well. We might be able to lend you aid in the search for your brother.
That would be very wonderful. Have you heard any recent signs or news of a beast, a strange, ghastly sound that comes from the forest? Something elusive that others have not hunted, not been able to find?
The forest to the south of us?
I don't know.
It would be the closest, but...
There have been some wolves in the area I've heard about. Nothing elusive.
The worst beast one can find in the forest is man. Though at one point, well,
Bears are pretty bad.
Bears are pretty bad. Edrich nods towards Perin and says, "And at one point you found a unicorn."
Yes.
But
Tell him the
yes.
story. Oh wait, this.
Perhaps
Not the purpose.
not right now. Have we heard of such rumors, such a trail?
Folklore, but we're gonna give you a -5.
That's fine. We're doing it. I'm rolling it at. I need a 1. Nope.
Nothing was
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief.
Nope.
Unfortunately, I have heard of no such tales.
I see. Perhaps it's not the forest nearby here then. He looks like pretty defeated when he says that.
Do
Yes.
not give up heart. There will be others who know more about the forests and what goes on there than us. Beyond the hill, there you will see your destination, more or less.
My cousin also owns an outpost manor in the Camelot Forest to the south of us. They're pretty well informed about the things that happen in it. If there is something like that, I could write to them. They'll know.
I thank you all for your help in this. If it wasn't so grave, I wouldn't waste your time. Forgive me, where are my manners? I am Sir Lamerick.
Sir Limerick?
Lamerick.
Oh,
It's a
that's
pleasure to
pity.
meet you, Sir Lammer. I am Sir Florence of Idmiston.
Edrich of Winterbourne Stoke.
Perin of Durnford.
I am in search of my brother, King Pellinor. He left on a quest. Great beast. He said it's our destiny to hunt it. I don't know why he would leave.
There are times when great men do strange things. We were just discussing a case similar to that.
Edrich glares at Lord Florence.
Perin does no
well-
such thing.
I guess can't be entirely blamed for his own actions. Maybe
In any case,
we should forgive the king for his decision. In any case,
try not to hold it against him. Whatever compelled him, it was clearly something that he felt needed to be done. And regardless of worst or best case scenario for you, be prepared for it. There is a chance that your brother will not be found. And if that's the case, you need to look towards the future. He kind of waves it off a little bit and he goes, that's dreadful talk, but it's important, I think. For now, we'll focus on finding him, yes?
Yes, indeed. All right. I think...
To Serum.
Yeah, and I think we can, I'm conscious of not running you guys all super late. So I'm thinking that, we can kind of just gloss over. I imagine you would take him to it sounded like you guys were on board with taking him to the Earl and making sure he felt like a guest. So I'll give you all a point or a check on hospitality. In fact, no, I'll go one further. Let you all raise your hospitality by 1 automatically.
Hey,
hospitality
yeah.
19.
my
I'm very
hospitality
hospitable.
is 14 now. I have gone insane so many times.
I need to raise my honor again, because now my hospitality is higher than my honor, and I do not like that.
I need to keep raising my loyalty, Lord, because it keeps dropping. Ah!
Okay.
I know what I need to raise. I need to raise my love sword of victory because you both.
You learn a little bit more. So it sounds like there's 3 mountain chieftains in Norgales, known as the 3 Cadlus. They have formed together an alliance, so they're kind of like mountain people, and have started to lay siege to a very minor kingdom in comparison to the size of like
Logris.
Logris. Yeah. So Norgales is up here.
Oh, he's Welsh. Interesting.
Oh, that
Part of
was
Wales,
north.
yeah.
I'm glad.
To be fair, most places are north of us.
Yeah, of South England.
Yeah. You also note it's very close to a particular place that you have all visited before that I can't find on the map. Damn it.
Guys are fighting a civil war over the district of North Norfolk.
I can't find it.
I love
I was gonna reference Bettagreen, but I'm not seeing it on here for some stupid reason. Anyways, it's okay. It's somewhere over
Bettagreen's
here.
on the other side. Yeah, it's like over
it's-
here somewhere.
It's real close
Yeah.
to here. Oh, there it is.
Norgils is bigger.
There it
than,
is.
Norgils is bigger than Summerland. Just pointing that out. No reason.
It's fine.
It's true. And you find out he did spend some time being lost in the forest of Summerland, between Summerland and
Of
Salisbury.
course he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, he probably doesn't even know how long he was in there.
Norgils has already fallen. It's been 20
It might have fallen 20 years ago for all he knows.
Yeah,
That's
that's
a
why we
bummer.
didn't know about the kingdom. It doesn't exist anymore.
Alternatively, the king might not have left yet.
That's a good point too. What if he's
I
the
went back.
king?
He's 8 years
What
old.
if there never was a Pelennor? What if it's a time loop? That would be really fun.
Oh yes, he went out searching, and they're all the third-born sons.
So
I will
you,
say that. I
you,
don't think much time is. Okay.
I'm just noting you guys are meeting your first initial families that will lead to round table nights in the future. So we're starting to
Yeah.
crest into that era, just very slowly. But
That's so cool.
No, I definitely
the
got you.
DeGale's
Like, the
family
moment-
are very prominent. So
I didn't know the DeGales, but like the moment you said a giant beast that he felt compelled, like it was his destiny to fight, I was like, that's that kind of thing.
That's pretty legendary. That's the kind of stuff that Perin was so hopeful would be the sword of victory's life. But
And
instead,
look at what you've become.
Look what we've
What have you
done.
become?
a monster.
born in the wrong era. Born in the wrong era. That's been the
Born-
theme of
yeah.
this group. Like
Born too late to serve.
Yeah.
Born too late to serve Aurelius. Born too soon to serve Arthur.
Indeed. All right, guys. Well, I think we can wrap it there. It was a really good episode. We're actually on hour 4, so that's a full scale episode and a half. We will be getting next year 493, so we're gonna go ahead and it's gonna be another doozy. And just to make everything more fun, Easter Court will be in Silchester.
Oh, fun!
I just read that Silchester Castle. So
Wonderful.
That'll be good. Especially if I can learn more and like fully implicate this guy. Because then it'll be victory.
right, and so we'll get your squires like ironed out, because really haven't done as much with that as I wanted to with the squires this time. Like we had with the previous ones. I think it's just cool to even do a little bit of spotlight on them, because when they grow up to be knights, they're like other knights in the realm then, right? And they can have their own little legacies. So
Yeah, I love
Yeah,
that.
I saw Sodeo in my wedding feast.
yeah, indeed.
Deo. Deo.
Right.
Daylight comes and you wanna go home.
I think that is everything we need. Let's see. Why don't we go ahead and do some outros? Thomas, you want to go first?
Yes, certainly, absolutely. I was gonna, but it looked like you were gonna say something else, but then it didn't happen. So
I was gonna say, Thomas, do you want to go? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. My name is Thomas, and I'm here to say I have been Sir Edrich of House de Winterbourne Stoke. He has been married. He loves his wife. And anyone who dares threaten his like little chunk of happiness he snatched from the jaws of despair, he's gonna straight up kill them. They're gonna die. In the meantime, that has been me. I don't have anything. I have a Twitter account. Don't look for it. Don't look for me. If you find me, good. Leave it that way. Put it back where you found it, like a rock with a beetle living underneath it.
Awesome.
And that's me. Oh, also, I have a cat.
Her name is Lily.
Her name is Lily.
I like her a lot.
Hi, Lily. All right, we'll go to Mark next for his outro after Lily's finished hers. There we go.
There you
Oh,
go.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. I was just checking out our handy dandy Discord. By the way, did you know we have a Discord? Come check us out. We got all kinds of things on there, like updates of new shows, new Pendragon stuff. We also have Open Pendragon active on it, so you can come join us and play along. And we also have memes and shitposting, all the great stuff. But yes, I have been Mark playing Sir Florence of Idmiston. As part of my outro, I have a Twitter, YouTube channel, and Twitch. So I'm not using the Twitch as much right now because my internet is shit. Later this week, there should be the 4th issue of Masks. Unregistered should be released at some point soon. We will be doing the recording on Thursday. However, there will be no live stream for it because of, as I've said, shit internet. But hopefully I will be able to release the actual episode within that week. Or the next coming week, I should say. And yeah, that's been me.
I'll throw this out there too as a caveat. If you need me to live stream for you, it's always an option.
I will give thought to that. We might do that instead. I will see how it goes. For now, stay tuned. Do you know how you can be stay tuned? Join the Discord.
Discord
time.
There you go.
That's me.
I will just jump right into it because I know how this works now. We've been doing this for however many episodes, 50 or something. I don't know. Hi, everybody. Yeah, I am Liam. I have played Sir Perin of Durnford. I'm having a wonderful time. I have really been enjoying seeing where these characters go and the ups and downs, and it's gonna make me feel things regardless of what happens, whether they stick together or they split up or whatever. And Florence is gonna be so in the middle no matter what. And I'm having such a wonderful time with this game. It's such a fun thing to get to share with the audience and share with you guys and whatnot. So yeah, I'll see you guys next week. I'm looking forward to it. I wish it was already here.
Awesome. I will try to keep mine pretty brief. I'm Bob the GM. I run this. I run the community open Pendragon. You get to play along these things. We have people that were up in Norgales. We have people that were got really close to meeting King Pellinor and hearing the questing beast. So these things, you know, if you want to come play along, you like the stream, that's an opportunity. Come join us. It's a good time. Other than that, Gathering of Branches is continuing along the same steaming train wreck that is Logris in the Fall of Uther era. We will see where things go in both games, and I love the interconnectedness. For those that missed it, the amulet that Sir Edrich received today was given by a player in Gathering of Branches who is a mage, or, well, has magic power, is a witch. How's that sound?
A witch.
Yeah. She has been welcomed to her sisterhood as an initiate. So next year, the 493, which is what we're moving to, is a very big year. If we haven't gone off the railroad tracks yet, I think we're going to start seeing it come off real quick here. So stay tuned. I think we got a great setup, and this is going really well. I seriously enjoyed Winterbourne, Stoke, and Sir Jareth after all these years, still having one mutual enemy, and that being whoever killed Jareth's father, which is almost killed, you know, the whole retinue. Yeah. That is the one thing that would probably get him to actually work with you guys, and that was a random roll to see who died.
Exactly, that's lovely. The only thing that can get those two houses to work together is hating someone more than they hate each other.
For now, if we can just fix him, like if only he'd internalized that thing that Dallin said to him after his dad died, where Dallin was like, "Hey, stop being an asshole. Your father wouldn't want this, and you shouldn't want it either." If only he had internalized that. Instead, he took it as an insult. For some reason, I don't know.
For some reason.
Right. Awesome, guys. Well, good stuff. Great role play, and we'll see you all next time. Please let us know if you're watching and you're one of those invisible viewers that we don't know exist. Like our stuff, comment. We'd love to see it. Join the Discord.
Farewell.
Take care.
Bye. Bye.